This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. As we headed upstairs to go to bed, Mom asked if I wanted to sleep in her room. Normally, I would have refused. I was a teenager after all, way too old for that. But something about the empty house and the way the wind was howling outside made me hesitate. "Sure," I said, trying to sound casual. "Why not?" We got ready for bed, and I grabbed my pillow from my room before settling in next to Mom. The familiar scent of her lavender hand cream was comforting as I snuggled under the covers. We chatted for a bit about school and what we'd do over the weekend. Eventually, we both drifted off. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep when I suddenly jerked awake. The room was pitch black, and for a moment I felt disoriented, forgetting where I was. Then I heard Mom's steady breathing beside me and remembered. I lay still, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I felt it, the lightest touch on my leg, like fingers gently brushing against my skin. At first I thought it must be Mom, maybe reaching out in her sleep, but I could still hear her breathing coming from the other side of the bed. My heart started pounding as I realized there was something, or someone, else in the room with us. I wanted to cry out, to wake Mom up, but I was frozen in terror. The ghostly fingers continued to stroke my leg, moving slowly up towards my knee. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would stop. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation finally faded away. I lay there rigid, straining my ears for any sound, but the room was silent except for Mom's breathing. Eventually, I managed to convince myself I must have imagined it or dreamed it. I was almost drifting back to sleep when a loud bang made me bolt upright. "What was that?" Mom's voice came from beside me, groggy with sleep. I don't know," I stammered. My eyes had adjusted enough to make out her silhouette as she sat up too. We both went still, listening. For a few moments there was nothing. Then we heard it, a slow creaking sound coming from down the hall. "Stay here," Mom whispered. She reached for the lamp on her nightstand, but when she flicked the switch, nothing happened. My mouth went dry as I realized the power must be out. Mom fumbled in the drawer and pulled out her phone, using the screen as a makeshift flashlight. The pale blue glow barely penetrated the darkness as she crept towards the bedroom door. I wanted to beg her not to open it, but I couldn't find my voice. She hesitated with her hand on the doorknob, then slowly turned it and eased the door open a crack. The creaking had stopped, but now we could hear a faint thumping sound. It seemed to be coming from my dad's office at the end of the hall. Mom took a few cautious steps into the hallway. I scrambled out of bed to follow her, not wanting to be left alone. As we inched down the hall, the thumping got louder. It had a rhythm to it, almost like footsteps, but too erratic. When we got closer to the office, I realized what it was. The door was slamming open and closed, over and over. That door had always been a bit tricky. It would stick in the frame, and you had to give it a good yank to get it open. But now it was swinging wildly on its hinges like it weighed nothing at all. Mom's hand shook as she held up the phone, illuminating the door. There was no one there, nothing we could see causing the movement, but it kept slamming, harder and faster, the bangs echoing through the silent house. I clutched Mom's arm, wanting to run but too terrified to move. The temperature in the hallway seemed to plummet. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Suddenly, the slamming stopped. The door swung open one last time and stayed there, revealing the pitch-black interior of the office. The silence was almost worse than the noise had been. I strained my ears, certain I could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the doorway. Mom must have sensed it too, because she started to back away, pulling me with her. That's when we heard the laugh. It was low and raspy, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It grew louder, filling the hallway, surrounding us. Mom spun around and we both ran, stumbling and tripping in our haste to get back to her room. We slammed the door shut behind us and dove under the covers, clinging to each other. The laughter faded away, but neither of us slept for the rest of the night. We lay there rigid and alert until the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the curtains. When we finally ventured out of the room, everything seemed normal. The office door was closed. The power was back on. There was no sign of anything unusual. We never talked much about what happened that night. Mom wrote it off as our imaginations running wild, maybe sparked by a weird dream. But I know what I felt, what I heard. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling phantom fingers on my leg, and I never go near that office when I'm home alone. Whatever was in there that night, I'm convinced it's still waiting, ready to reach out from the darkness again. I never thought a simple college tour would turn into the most terrifying day of my life. It was supposed to be just another campus visit as I tried to decide where to apply for med school. But what happened in that anatomy lab still haunts me to this day. The tour started off normal enough. We walked through lecture halls, peeked into research labs, that kind of thing. But when we got to the anatomy lab, things took a dark turn. The smell hit me first. That sickly sweet odor of formaldehyde and decay. My stomach lurched as we filed into the cold, sterile room lined with stainless steel tables. Each table had a sheet-draped form on it. Human bodies, cadavers. I'd known intellectually that med students worked with real corpses, but seeing them in person was jarring. Our guide, a chipper second-year student, seemed unfazed as she launched into an explanation of the dissection process. "Today we'll be observing a thoracic cavity dissection," she said brightly. "Dr. Ramirez will be demonstrating key anatomical structures of the heart and lungs." An older man in a white coat nodded at us from one of the tables. Without preamble, he pulled back the sheet, revealing the pale, waxy body of an elderly woman. My breath caught in my throat. This had been a living person not long ago. Now she was splayed out on a metal slab, about to be cut open for our education. Dr. Ramirez picked up a scalpel and made the first incision down the center of the chest. I felt lightheaded as he peeled back the layers of skin and muscle, exposing the rib cage. The crack of bone as he cut through the sternum made me wince. "Notice the pericardial sac surrounding the heart," he said clinically, pointing with forceps. "And here we can see the superior vena cava." I tried to focus, telling myself this was important to see if I wanted to be a doctor. But as he continued methodically dissecting the woman's chest cavity, I felt increasingly nauseous and dizzy. My skin felt hot and itchy. Probably just nerves, I thought, but the symptoms kept intensifying. My throat started to feel tight and scratchy. I coughed, trying to clear it, but that only made it worse. Panic started to set in as I realized I was having trouble breathing. I stumbled back from the dissection table, gasping for air. The room started to spin. Black spots danced in my vision. What was happening to me? "Hey, are you okay?" someone asked. Their voice sounded far away and muffled. I tried to respond but couldn't get any words out. My airway felt like it was closing up completely. I clawed at my throat in desperation. This was it. I was going to die here in this anatomy lab surrounded by corpses. The irony wasn't lost on me even as terror consumed me. I collapsed to the floor, wheezing. Through my fading vision, I saw people rushing around in a panic. Someone was yelling about calling 911. But I knew help wouldn't arrive in time. I could feel my consciousness slipping away as my oxygen-starved brain started to shut down. Just as blackness was about to overtake me completely, I heard a voice, a woman's voice, speaking softly in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, but somehow I understood every word with perfect clarity. No temas, mi hijo, no es tu hora, vas a vivir. Don't be afraid, my child, it's not your time, you will live. The voice was soothing, almost melodic. It seemed to resonate in my very bones. As I listened, I felt a warmth spreading through my body, chasing away the icy grip of death that had been closing in on me. Suddenly, I could breathe again. My airways opened up and sweet oxygen flooded my lungs. The pressure in my chest eased. My racing heart began to slow to a normal rhythm. I blinked, my vision clearing. I was lying on the cold tile floor of the anatomy lab, surrounded by concerned faces. The campus EMTs had arrived and were checking my vital signs. "He's stabilizing," one of them said with relief. "Looks like anaphylaxis. Good thing we got here when we did." But I knew it wasn't the EMTs who had saved me. It was that mysterious voice, a voice that by all logic shouldn't have even been there. As they loaded me onto a stretcher, I craned my neck to look back at the dissection table. For just a split second, I could have sworn I saw a shimmering figure standing there, an old woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Then she was gone. The next few hours passed in a blur of hospital rooms and medical tests. Apparently, I'd had a severe allergic reaction to the formaldehyde used to preserve the cadavers. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive, but I knew luck had nothing to do with it. Something inexplicable had happened in that anatomy lab, something that defied rational explanation. In the days and weeks that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about that voice and the momentary vision I'd had. Who was that woman? Why had she intervened to save me? And how had I understood Spanish, a language I'd never studied? I dove into research, poring over the records of cadaver donations to the medical school. Most of the bodies came from elderly people who had willed their remains to science. But there was also a smaller number of unclaimed bodies, indigent people who had died alone, with no one to claim their remains. That's when I found her. Maria Consuela Herrera, age 78. She had died homeless on the street 6 months earlier. With no family or friends to arrange a funeral, her body had been donated to the medical school. The photo in her file showed a weathered face with bright, kind eyes, the exact eyes I'd seen in my vision. This was her, the woman whose body had been on that dissection table, the woman whose spirit somehow had reached out to save me. I'll never be able to explain exactly what happened that day. Maybe it was just a hallucination brought on by oxygen deprivation. Maybe my brain invented the whole thing as some kind of survival mechanism. But deep down, I know the truth. In that moment between life and death, I made contact with something beyond our normal reality. The spirit of a lonely old woman who in death found a way to make a profound difference. I ended up choosing a different career path after that experience, but I've never forgotten Maria or the incredible gift she gave me. Sometimes I visit her grave in the potter's field, leaving flowers and whispering my eternal gratitude in halting Spanish. And on quiet nights, I swear I can still hear her voice, soft and melodic, reminding me that there are mysteries in this world far beyond our comprehension. We are all connected in ways we can't begin to understand. And sometimes, when we least expect it, a stranger reaches out from beyond to change our lives forever. The basement was cozy enough, but there was always something a bit off about it. Maybe it was the lack of natural light or the slightly musty smell, but I could never fully relax down there. Still, I tried to make the best of it and settled into a routine. One night, about a month after I moved in, I woke up suddenly at 3 a.m. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed my sleep. The basement was silent and dark, but then I heard it, a woman's voice, low and guttural, almost growling. "Kathy," it said, drawing out the name in a way that made my blood run cold. "Kathy." I froze, hardly daring to breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The voice came again, louder this time. "Kathy." It was filled with such malice and anger that I felt paralyzed with fear. I wanted to get up and turn on the lights, to reassure myself that I was alone in the basement, but I couldn't move. I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness and straining my ears for any other sounds. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I heard heavy footsteps above me. My landlord lived upstairs, and I prayed it was just him getting up to use the bathroom. The footsteps moved across the ceiling, paused, and then faded away. Slowly, the oppressive feeling in the room lifted. I still didn't dare move for a long time. When I finally did, I turned on every light in the basement and huddled on the couch until morning, jumping at every little noise. When daylight came, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just a vivid nightmare, or perhaps I had heard the TV from upstairs, though I knew my landlord didn't own one. I didn't want to believe it was anything supernatural. I didn't mention the incident to anyone. Who would believe me anyway? I tried to put it out of my mind and go about my daily life, but I started sleeping with a nightlight on and often found myself lying awake at night, listening intently for any strange noises. Weeks passed without incident, and I started to relax a bit. I even managed to convince myself that I had imagined the whole thing. But then it happened again, in a way I couldn't possibly explain away. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was doing some laundry in the basement. I had just finished folding a load and turned to put the clothes away when I saw her. An elderly Native American woman was standing in the corner of the room, watching me silently. She was dressed in traditional clothing, a long deerskin dress with intricate beadwork, moccasins on her feet, and a woven blanket draped over her shoulders. Her long gray hair was braided and hung down her back. But what struck me most were her eyes, dark and wise. They seemed to look right through me. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, she was still there. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. I was rooted to the spot, my arms still full of folded laundry. The woman didn't move or speak. She just stood there, her gaze never leaving my face. I felt like I should be terrified, but strangely, I wasn't. There was a sense of calm about her, almost comforting. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only a minute or two, she slowly nodded at me. Then, to my amazement, she simply faded away. One moment she was there, solid as you or me, and the next she was gone. I dropped the laundry and sank to the floor, my legs suddenly weak. What had just happened? I rubbed my eyes, pinched myself, did everything I could think of to prove I wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. But I knew what I had seen was real. For the rest of the day I was on edge, half expecting the woman to reappear. But she didn't. The basement remained quiet and normal, as if nothing extraordinary had happened at all. That night, I lay awake for hours, replaying the incident in my mind. Who was she? Why had she appeared to me? And was there any connection to the terrifying voice I had heard weeks before? I spent the next few days researching the history of the area, wondering if I could find any clues about the Native American woman. I learned that the land had once been home to several indigenous tribes, but I couldn't find anything specific that might explain what I had seen. I also looked into the history of the house itself, but it was relatively new, built in the 1980s, and had no reported hauntings or strange occurrences. The more I searched, the more confused I became. I considered talking to my landlord about it, but decided against it. He seemed like a no-nonsense kind of guy, and I was afraid he'd think I was crazy or using it as an excuse to break my lease early. Instead, I found myself spending more time out of the basement. I'd stay late at work or hang out at coffee shops, anything to avoid being alone down there. When I did have to be in the apartment, I kept the TV or music on constantly, trying to drown out any potential supernatural sounds, but nothing else happened. No more voices, no more apparitions. The basement remained stubbornly, frustratingly normal. In a way, that was almost worse. At least if something else had occurred, I might have been able to make sense of it all. As the weeks went by, I started to doubt myself. Had I really heard that terrifying voice calling for Kathy? Had I actually seen an elderly Native American woman in my basement? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? But every time I started to convince myself it was all in my head, I'd remember the bone-chilling sound of that voice, the way it had made my skin crawl. I'd recall the details of the woman's clothing, the wisdom in her eyes, the way she had nodded at me before disappearing. These weren't the kind of things you could imagine or dream up. I never felt entirely comfortable in that basement again. Even on perfectly ordinary days, I'd find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the woman standing in the corner. At night, I'd wake up at the slightest sound, my heart racing as I listened for that demonic voice. Eventually, I found a new place to live and moved out. As I was packing up my things, I half hoped, half feared that I'd have one last supernatural encounter. But nothing happened. The basement remained silent and empty, giving up none of its secrets. To this day, I still don't know what to make of those experiences. Were they ghosts? Some kind of interdimensional beings? Or just the product of an overactive imagination and too many late-night horror movies? I've never had anything like that happen to me again, which in a way makes it even harder to explain. If I was the kind of person who regularly saw ghosts or heard voices, at least that would be something. But these were isolated incidents, completely out of the blue and never repeated. Sometimes I wonder about Kathy. Who was she? Why was that angry voice calling for her? And was there any connection between that and the Native American woman I saw? I'll probably never know the answers. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years, but I can always see the skepticism in their eyes. I don't blame them. If someone told me this story, I'm not sure I'd believe it either. But I know what I experienced, even if I can't explain it. So that's my story. Two inexplicable, terrifying, and yet somehow profound experiences in a basement in Alberta. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened there, but I do know one thing for certain. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Tisasai. The first week was pretty normal as we unpacked and settled in. But then things started getting strange again. It began with small stuff. Keys not being where we left them, lights flickering occasionally. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just an old house with quirks. But then one night, I was up late working on a big project for my job. I was feeling really stressed about the deadline and my boss's expectations. As I sat at my desk, the lamp next to me suddenly turned off. I figured the bulb had burned out, so I reached over to turn it back on. But before I could touch it, it flicked back on by itself. I froze, my hand hovering in midair. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly pulled my hand back. I tried to focus on my work again, but I kept glancing nervously at the lamp. About 20 minutes later, it happened again, off, then on, without me touching it. My heart was racing. I called out softly, "Annie, are you awake?" But there was no response from our bedroom down the hall. I decided to take a break and get some water from the kitchen. As I walked down the hallway, the floorboards creaked behind me, like someone was following. I whirled around but saw nothing. My hands were shaking as I filled a glass with water. When I turned back towards the hallway, I saw a dark shape move past the doorway. It was only for a split second, but I'm sure I saw something. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. No response. I hurried back to my office, sloshing water on the floor in my haste. I sat down at my desk, trying to calm my breathing. "It's nothing, just my imagination," I muttered to myself. But then I noticed my papers had been moved. The stack I'd left neatly piled was now scattered across the desk. I started gathering them up with trembling hands. As I reached for one, it suddenly slid away from me, like it was pulled by an invisible string. I yelped and jumped back, knocking over my chair. "Annie!" I yelled, no longer caring if I woke her. I heard her stirring in the bedroom. "Annie, come here, please." She came shuffling down the hall, looking groggy and confused. "What's wrong?" she asked, taking in my panicked expression. "It's happening again," I said, my voice shaking. "The weird stuff, like at the old place, the lamp, and now the papers." Annie's eyes widened as she looked around the room. "Are you sure? Maybe you're just overtired from working late." I shook my head vehemently. "No, I saw it. Something moved that paper, I swear." She came over and put her hand on my arm. "Okay, I believe you. Let's just try to calm down. Maybe it'll stop if we don't feed into it." We stood there for a few minutes, neither of us speaking. The room felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. Then suddenly a book flew off the shelf and slammed into the opposite wall. Annie screamed and I felt my knees go weak. "Oh my God," she whispered. "It really is back." We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, too afraid to go back to sleep. When morning finally came, things seemed normal again. But I called in sick to work, too shaken to face the day. Over the next few weeks, the activity continued. It seemed to happen most often when I was stressed about work or Annie and I were arguing. One night after a particularly bad fight, we woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets flung open and dishes shattered on the floor. We tried sage holy water, even had a priest come bless the house. Nothing worked. The entity, or whatever it was, seemed attached to us rather than the house itself. I started to wonder if maybe I was somehow causing it. The activity always spiked when my emotions were running high. Was I unconsciously manifesting this stuff? I tried meditation, therapy, anything to get a handle on my stress. It helped a little, but strange things still happened. One of the scariest incidents was when Annie was home alone one afternoon. She was in the shower when she heard loud banging coming from the bedroom. She got out, wrapped in a towel, and cautiously went to investigate. She found the dresser drawers all pulled out, clothes strewn everywhere. As she stood there in shock, she felt something brush against her leg. She looked down and saw a pair of my socks rolling across the floor by themselves, coming to rest at her feet. Annie called me in hysterics. I rushed home from work to find her sitting in her car in the driveway, refusing to go back in the house. It took hours to calm her down enough to go inside. We've talked about moving again, but part of us is afraid the activity will just follow us to a new place. And honestly, we can't afford to break our lease right now. So we're stuck here, never knowing when the next incident will happen. I've started keeping a detailed log of every strange occurrence, trying to find patterns. Sometimes we'll go days or even a week with nothing unusual. Just when we start to relax, something happens to remind us we're not alone. Last night was one of the worst experiences yet. I woke up around 3 a.m. with an overwhelming sense of dread. The room felt ice cold. I tried to reach for Annie but found myself paralyzed, unable to move or speak. I could only watch in terror as a dark, shadowy figure materialized at the foot of our bed. It was human-shaped but hazy, like smoke given form. Slowly, it began to move towards Annie's side of the bed. I struggled against the paralysis with every ounce of my being. Just as the figure reached out towards Annie, I managed to break free. I lunged forward with a yell, my hand passing through empty air where the shadow had been. Annie bolted upright, startled awake by my shout. "What's happening?" she cried. I was shaking uncontrollably, barely able to form words. "There was something by the bed," I stammered. We turned on every light in the house and huddled together, neither of us sleeping for the rest of the night. In the harsh light of morning, it was tempting to write it off as a particularly vivid nightmare, but the lingering fear and that bone-deep cold told me it was all too real. I don't know how much longer we can live like this. The constant stress is taking a toll on both of us. Annie started having anxiety attacks, and I can barely focus at work anymore. But what can we do? Who would even believe us if we tried to explain? Sometimes I find myself talking to the entity, begging it to leave us alone, or at least explain what it wants. But there's never any clear response, just more unexplained activity. I'm writing this all down, partly to keep a record, but also in hopes that someone out there might have answers. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? How do you live with the constant fear and uncertainty? I'm afraid of what might happen if things escalate further. Will it eventually hurt one of us? Or will the stress of living with this drive us apart? All I know is that I can't keep pretending everything is normal. Something is in our house, something that defies explanation, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. I never thought I'd be the type of person to seek out a priest for help, but after years of unexplained occurrences in our home, I was at my wit's end. As a paramedic firefighter, I've seen my fair share of terrifying situations, but nothing could have prepared me for the persistent haunting we've endured. It all started subtly. Items mysteriously moving around the house, unexplained noises in the night, that sort of thing. My wife Lisa and I tried to brush it off at first, coming up with logical explanations. But as time went on, the incidents became more frequent and harder to ignore. One night, I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets wide open, dishes strewn across the floor. Another time, Lisa screamed when she saw a shadowy figure dart across our bedroom. The final straw came when our toddler started talking about the scary man who visited his room at night. I come from a family with a history of paranormal experiences, so I knew deep down this wasn't just our imaginations running wild. My grandmother used to tell stories about spirits that would follow our family from house to house. I always thought they were just tall tales to scare us kids, but now I wasn't so sure. After months of sleepless nights and constant anxiety, I finally worked up the courage to reach out to Father Doug. a priest at our local parish. I'd seen him around town but never actually spoken to him. When I called to explain our situation, he listened patiently without judgment. To my relief, he agreed to come perform a blessing on our home. The day of the blessing, I was a nervous wreck. What if it didn't work? What if it made things worse? Lisa tried to calm me down, but I could tell she was just as on edge. When Father Doug arrived, his calm demeanor helped put us both at ease. He explained the process and asked us to walk him through the house, pointing out areas where we'd experience the most activity. As we moved from room to room, Father Doug sprinkled holy water and recited prayers in Latin. The air felt heavy, almost electrically charged. In my son's room, the temperature seemed to drop dramatically. Father Doug's voice grew more forceful as he continued the blessing. Suddenly, a loud crash came from downstairs. We all jumped, and I instinctively moved to shield my wife. Father Doug motioned for us to stay put as he continued praying. The noise was followed by the sound of footsteps pounding up the stairs. My heart was racing, but Father Doug remained steadfast. Just as the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, a gust of wind tore through the hallway, slamming all the doors shut. I could hear Lisa whimpering behind me. Father Doug's voice rose to a near shout as he finished the final prayer. Then, as quickly as it started, everything went still. The oppressive feeling in the air lifted, replaced by an almost palpable sense of peace. Father Doug turned to us with a reassuring smile and said, "I believe it's done." We walked through the house, checking each room. Nothing seemed out of place, except for a vase that had fallen in the living room, the source of the crash we'd heard. Father Doug blessed that area again for good measure before preparing to leave. As he was heading out, Father Doug turned to us and said, "Remember, faith is your strongest weapon against the darkness. If you ever need me again, don't hesitate to call." With that, he was gone, leaving us to process what had just happened. That night was the first in months where we all slept soundly. No strange noises, no creepy feelings, just peaceful silence. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, with no sign of our otherworldly visitor. It's been 6 months now since Father Doug's blessing, and our house has remained quiet. Sometimes I catch myself waiting for something to happen, holding my breath at every creak of the floorboards. But so far, nothing. I can't explain what exactly was haunting us or why it left. Part of me is afraid to question it too much, like I might jinx our newfound peace. All I know is that for now, we can breathe easy in our own home again. This experience has definitely changed me. As a paramedic, I've always dealt with the physical realm, injuries, illnesses, things I can see and treat. But now I know there's so much more out there that we can't explain. It's humbling and terrifying all at once. I find myself more attuned to the energy around me now, both at home and on the job. Sometimes when we're called to particularly tragic scenes, I wonder if there are spirits lingering, unable to move on. I try to say a silent prayer, hoping it might help in some small way. Lisa and I have grown closer through all of this. Facing something so inexplicable together has strengthened our bond. We don't talk about it much with others. Who would believe us anyway? But between us, there's an understanding, a shared experience that's uniquely ours. Our son seems to have forgotten about the scary man in his room, which is a huge relief. Kids are resilient, I guess. Sometimes I envy their ability to bounce back so easily. I still keep Father Doug's number handy, just in case. Every now and then, I'll see him around town and we'll exchange knowing nods. I'm grateful for his help and for not thinking we were crazy when we reached out. This whole ordeal has made me realize how little we truly understand about the world around us. As a first responder, I thought I'd seen it all. But there are things out there that can't be explained by science or logic. It's a humbling realization. I don't know if our uninvited guest is gone for good or if it's just biding its time. For now, I'm choosing to focus on the present, enjoying our peaceful home and the sense of normalcy we've regained. But I'll always be watching, listening, ready to protect my family from whatever may come, seen or unseen. If there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's to trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't be afraid to seek help, even if it means stepping outside your comfort zone. Sometimes the solutions we need come from unexpected places. As I sit here writing this, I can hear Lisa laughing with our son in the next room. The sound fills me with warmth and gratitude. We made it through something I never thought possible, and we're stronger for it. Whatever the future holds, I know we can face it together. For now, I'm just thankful for the quiet, the peaceful nights, the ability to relax in our own home without constant fear and tension. It's something I'll never take for granted again. And if that silence is ever broken by unexplained noises or moving objects, well, I've got Father Doug on speed dial. Jake's house was pretty old, like early 1900s old, so we figured if any place in our boring suburban neighborhood was haunted, it would be his creepy, unfinished basement. We gathered some basic equipment, our phones to record audio, a couple flashlights, even one of those EMF detector apps. Looking back, we were so naive. It was around 11 p.m. when we crept down the rickety wooden stairs into the basement. The musty smell hit me immediately. That damp, earthy scent of a space that rarely sees sunlight. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and bare light bulbs cast long shadows across the concrete floor. A shiver ran down my spine, but I brushed it off as just being cold. We settled into a circle on the floor, our flashlight beams crisscrossing as we nervously giggled and set up our phones to record. Jake's little brother Tommy had insisted on joining us, so he sat next to me clutching his stuffed dinosaur. The kid was only 8, but braver than most of us. "Okay, guys, let's try an EVP session," whispered Megan, our self-appointed leader for the night. "We'll each ask a question and leave time for a response. Ready?" We nodded, suddenly serious. The basement felt unnaturally still and silent. Megan cleared her throat. "Is there anyone here with us? Can you give us a sign of your presence?" We waited, straining our ears. Nothing but the faint hum of the house settling. Jake went next. "What's your name? How long have you been here?" More silence. I was starting to feel silly for being nervous earlier. This was clearly just going to be us sitting in a musty basement all night. Then it was my turn. I hesitated, feeling a bit ridiculous, but asked, "Are you a child? Did you live in this house a long time ago?" The silence that followed felt different somehow, heavier. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I could have sworn the temperature dropped a few degrees. Tommy shivered next to me and hugged his dinosaur tighter. We continued around the circle, but that oppressive silence lingered. When we finished the session, there was an awkward pause before Megan said, "Well, I guess that was a bust. Should we listen to the recordings?" We huddled around her phone as she played back the audio. At first, it was just as we remembered, our questions followed by silence. But then, after my question about a child, there was a faint sound. Megan cranked up the volume and we leaned in closer. A small, echoing voice whispered, "Mummy." My blood ran cold. We all stared at each other in shock, not quite believing what we'd heard. Megan replayed it several times, and each time that tiny voice was clear as day. "Mummy." "Holy shit," breathed Jake. "We actually caught something." The initial shock gave way to excitement as we debated what it could mean. Was it really a ghost? A child who had lived here long ago? Or just some weird audio glitch? As the others animatedly discussed theories, I noticed Tommy had gone very quiet. He was staring intently at a dark corner of the basement, clutching his dinosaur so tightly his knuckles were white. "Tommy, you okay, buddy?" I asked softly. He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept staring. I followed his gaze but saw nothing but shadows. An uneasy feeling crept over me. "Guys," I said, interrupting their chatter, "I think we should go back upstairs." "What? No way," protested Jake. "We finally got evidence. We need to keep investigating." But Tommy suddenly whimpered and pressed himself against my side. That was enough for me. "Seriously, let's call it a night. We can come back another time." The others grumbled but agreed. As we gathered our things, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. I hurried Tommy towards the stairs, bringing up the rear of our group. Just as I reached the bottom step, I heard it. A soft, echoing giggle, like a child laughing, but wrong somehow, distorted. I froze, my heart pounding. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered. They turned to look at me quizzically. "Hear what?" asked Megan. Before I could respond, it came again, louder this time. A girl's laughter, high and eerie, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Tommy let out a terrified wail and bolted up the stairs. The rest of us weren't far behind, stumbling over each other in our haste to get out of that basement. We burst into the kitchen, panting and wild-eyed. Jake's mom came running in, alarmed by the commotion. "What on earth is going on?" she demanded. We tried to explain, talking over each other in our panic. She listened with growing concern, then sighed heavily. "I was afraid this might happen someday," she said quietly. We fell silent, staring at her. "What do you mean?" Jake asked. She sat down at the kitchen table, motioning for us to join her. "There's something I should have told you about this house a long time ago, Jake. I didn't want to scare you when you were younger, and then, well, I suppose I just convinced myself it wasn't real." We leaned in, hanging on her every word as she continued. "When your father and I first moved in, strange things would happen. Objects moving on their own, cold spots, the sound of a child crying late at night. We tried to ignore it, tell ourselves it was just an old house settling. But then one night, I saw her." "Saw who?" Megan whispered. "A little girl, couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. She was standing at the foot of our bed, just watching us. When I gasped and sat up, she vanished. After that, I did some research on the house's history. Turns out a family lived here in the 1920s. They had a daughter who died of influenza. Emma, her name was." We all exchanged wide-eyed glances. Jake looked pale. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" His mom sighed. "The activity stopped after a while. I thought maybe acknowledging her had somehow helped her move on. I convinced myself it had all been in my imagination. I'm so sorry. I should have warned you." As if on cue, a child's laughter echoed from the basement, causing us all to jump. Tommy burst into tears, and Jake's mom hurried to comfort him. "I think it's time for everyone to head home," she said firmly. "Jake, you'll stay with your aunt tonight. I'm calling a psychic medium first thing in the morning." We didn't need to be told twice. As I hurried home that night, I couldn't shake the image of a small, lonely figure standing in that dark basement. I wondered about Emma, about what kept her tied to that house decades after her death. Part of me felt bad for disturbing her rest with our foolish ghost-hunting game. Needless to say, That was the end of our paranormal investigations. Jake's family ended up moving out a few months later, unable to feel comfortable in the house after everything that happened. Sometimes I drive by the old place and wonder if Emma is still there, waiting for someone to play with her. But I'll never set foot in that basement again. I still have the audio file saved on an old phone. Some nights when I can't sleep, I'm tempted to listen to it again, to prove to myself it was real. But then I remember that eerie laughter and the terror in Tommy's eyes, and I leave it alone. Some things are better left undisturbed. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. It was my second year of medical school, and we were deep into our anatomy course. That morning, we had a particularly intense dissection lab scheduled. As I walked into the cold, sterile room, the smell of formaldehyde hit me like a wave. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Our professor, Dr. Ramirez, gathered us around one of the tables. "Today we'll be examining the thoracic cavity," he explained clinically. "Pay close attention to the relationship between the organs." As he pulled back the sheet, I felt my stomach lurch. The body before us was that of an elderly woman, her skin ashen and sunken. What struck me most were her hands, gnarled and calloused. They spoke of a life of hard work. I couldn't help but wonder about her story. Who was she? Did she have a family? How did she end up here, on this cold metal table? As we began the dissection, I found myself growing increasingly unsettled. It wasn't just the gruesome nature of what we were doing. I'd gotten somewhat used to that by now. No, there was something else, a heaviness in the air that I couldn't quite explain. I glanced around at my classmates, but they all seemed focused on the task at hand. Was I the only one feeling this way? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that seemed to be settling over my mind. As we continued working, Dr. Ramirez began explaining the Unclaimed Body program. "Many of these individuals come from marginalized communities," he said solemnly. "Homeless, addicts, undocumented immigrants, people society often overlooks." His words hit me hard. I looked down at the woman's face, imagining the hardships she must have endured. Had anyone mourned her passing? The injustice of it all made my chest tighten. By the time we finished the lab, I was feeling thoroughly shaken. As I washed up, I noticed my hands were trembling slightly. "Get it together," I told myself. "This is part of becoming a doctor. You need to be able to handle this." But as I made my way to my next class, the unease continued to grow. My skin felt clammy, and there was a pressure building behind my eyes. Maybe I was coming down with something? I considered skipping the lecture and heading home, but I didn't want to fall behind. I slipped into a seat at the back of the auditorium, hoping to ride out whatever this was. As the professor began speaking, though, things only got worse. The room started to spin, and I felt my throat constricting. Panic rose in my chest as I realized I was having trouble breathing. Oh God, what's happening to me? My vision began to tunnel, and I knew I was on the verge of passing out. As I struggled to draw breath, a terrifying thought struck me. Was I having an allergic reaction? To the formaldehyde, maybe? I tried to stand, to call for help, but my legs gave out beneath me. As I collapsed to the floor, I heard shouts of alarm from my classmates. Everything was a blur of motion and muffled sounds. "This is it," I thought hazily. "I'm dying." The realization should have terrified me, but instead a strange calm washed over me. As my consciousness began to fade, I heard something, a voice, clear as day, speaking directly into my mind. "No vas a morir," it said gently. "You're not going to die." The voice was unlike anything I'd ever heard. warm and soothing, yet with an otherworldly quality that sent chills through my body. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that it wasn't just my imagination. Something inexplicable was happening. As quickly as it had come, the voice faded away, but its impact lingered. Even as my vision went dark, I felt a profound sense of peace. Whatever happened, I knew I would be okay. The next thing I knew, I was blinking awake in the campus medical center. A concerned-looking doctor was leaning over me, checking my vital signs. "You gave us quite a scare there," she said. "How are you feeling?" I took a deep breath, relishing the feeling of air filling my lungs. "I'm okay, I think," I said, surprised to find it was true. "What happened?" She explained that I'd had a severe allergic reaction, likely to something in the anatomy lab. If my classmates hadn't acted so quickly in getting me help, things could have been much worse. As she spoke, I found myself thinking of the voice I'd heard. Had it somehow known I would survive? Over the next few days, as I recovered, I couldn't stop replaying that moment in my mind. The voice had spoken in Spanish, a language I barely knew beyond a few basic phrases. Yet I had understood it perfectly. How was that possible? I considered telling someone about what I'd experienced, but I knew how it would sound. They'd assume it was some kind of hallucination brought on by lack of oxygen. But I knew deep in my bones that it had been real. As I lay in my dorm room, staring at the ceiling, I found myself thinking back to that anatomy lab, to the woman on the table, and all the others like her whose bodies ended up in our class. People who had lived and loved and struggled, only to die alone and unclaimed. Was it possible that in that moment of crisis, one of them had reached out to me? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. It seemed crazy, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that there was some connection. In the weeks that followed, I threw myself back into my studies with renewed vigor. But I also began volunteering at a local homeless shelter, wanting to honor the memories of those unclaimed individuals in some small way. To this day, I've never told anyone else about the voice I heard, but I think about it often, especially when faced with difficult cases or moments of doubt in my medical career. In those times, I remember the gentle assurance, "No vas a morir," and I'm filled with a sense of purpose and peace. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened to me that day. Was it a brush with the supernatural? A moment of connection with something beyond our normal understanding? Or simply a trick of a dying brain? In the end, I've come to accept that some questions don't have easy answers. But I do know this. That experience changed me profoundly. It opened my eyes to the thin veil between life and death, and to the dignity and worth of every human life, no matter how marginalized or forgotten by society. Now, as I prepare to graduate and begin my residency, I carry that lesson with me. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patients, I swear I can still hear that voice, gently reminding me of the mysteries that exist just beyond our perception. It's a reminder to stay humble, to keep an open mind, and above all, to treat every life as precious and worthy of care. I may never fully understand what happened to me that day in medical school, but I'm grateful for the experience and for the way it shaped my path as a doctor and as a human being. Whatever forces were at work, be they spiritual, supernatural, or simply the profound connections that exist between all living things, I know that they left an indelible mark on my soul, and for that I will always be thankful. It all started the day my dad passed away. He had been sick for a while, but his death still came as a shock. I remember getting the call from my mom in the middle of the night. Her voice was shaky as she told me Dad was gone. I felt like I had been punched in the gut. The next few days were a blur of grief and funeral preparations. But looking back now, I realize that's when the strange occurrences began. At first, it was just little things that were easy to brush off. A door creaking open on its own, objects not being where we left them. We chalked it up to stress and lack of sleep. The day of the funeral is when things got really weird. As we were getting ready to leave for the service, I noticed something white on the floor near the front door. I bent down to pick it up and realized it was a small white feather. I didn't think much of it at the time. We have birds in the backyard, so finding a stray feather wasn't that unusual. But then at the funeral home, as we were filing in for the service, I saw another white feather on the floor right in front of Dad's casket. A chill ran down my spine. How did a feather get in there? The funeral home was completely closed up. During the service, I kept getting distracted by movement out of the corner of my eye. Every time I looked, there was nothing there, but I had this eerie feeling of being watched. The real shock came when we were saying our final goodbyes at the casket. My mom was the last one to approach. As she leaned in to kiss Dad's forehead, the doors at the back of the room suddenly flew open with a bang. Everyone jumped and turned to look. There was no one there, and no breeze or anything that could have caused it. The funeral director hurried over to close them, looking flustered. That night at Mom's house, none of us could shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We were sitting in the living room, reminiscing about Dad, when my sister suddenly gasped and pointed at the mantel. There, sitting on top of a framed family photo, was another white feather. "Okay, this is getting creepy," my brother said. "Where are these feathers coming from?" Mom got up to examine it. "It's just like the feather pillow your father always used," she said softly. "But I packed that away in the attic months ago when he went into the hospital." A heavy silence fell over the room. We were all thinking the same thing, but no one wanted to say it out loud. Could Dad somehow be trying to communicate with us? Over the next few weeks, the strange occurrences continued and intensified. White feathers would appear in the most unlikely places, inside closed drawers, between the pages of books, even floating in bowls of cereal. Objects associated with Dad kept turning up in odd spots, like his favorite coffee mug suddenly appearing on the kitchen counter when we knew it had been packed away. The sounds were the worst. In the middle of the night, we'd hear footsteps upstairs when no one was up there. Dad's favorite jazz records would start playing on their own. One night I distinctly heard his voice calling my name, clear as day. I bolted upright in bed, heart racing, but of course no one was there. My mom was really struggling. She'd wake up every morning to find Dad's side of the bed slightly rumpled, as if someone had been lying there. His reading glasses would be on the nightstand when she knew she had put them away. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided in me one day. "Part of me wants to believe it's your father, watching over us. But another part of me is terrified. What if something darker is going on?" I didn't know what to tell her. I was grappling with the same fears and doubts myself. I've never believed in ghosts or the paranormal, but I couldn't deny the strange things that were happening. And they all seemed to be centered around Dad. Things came to a head about a month after the funeral. We were having a family dinner at Mom's house, the first time we'd all been together since the service. As we sat down to eat, my nephew pointed at the empty chair at the head of the table, Dad's old spot. "Look," he exclaimed, "another feather." Sure enough, there was a pristine white feather sitting on the chair. We all stared at it in shock, and then, before our eyes, it slowly rose into the air and floated across the table, finally coming to rest next to Mom's plate. The room erupted in panicked shouts. My sister grabbed her kids and ran out of the house. My brother flipped over his chair as he scrambled to his feet. Mom just sat there, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the feather. I don't know what came over me, but in that moment I felt a sense of calm. I reached out and gently picked up the feather. "Dad?" I said softly. "Is that you?" A warm breeze suddenly blew through the room, ruffling our hair and sending napkins fluttering. The lights flickered, and for just a split second, I swear I saw a faint, shimmering outline of a man standing in the doorway. And then, as quickly as it started, everything went still. We sat in stunned silence for several minutes. Finally, Mom spoke up in a shaky voice. I think your father is trying to tell us something, that he's still here with us, watching over us." Slowly, hesitantly, we all nodded in agreement. It was the only explanation that made any sense. As terrifying as the experiences had been, we realized that nothing truly malevolent had happened. It was almost as if Dad was trying to comfort us in his own way, to let us know he was still around. From that day on, the intense activity seemed to calm down. We still occasionally find white feathers in odd places or experience little moments that remind us of Dad. But it no longer feels scary or threatening. Instead, it's oddly comforting. I still struggle to fully believe or understand what happened. My logical mind wants to find rational explanations. But deep down, I know what I experienced. Our family went through something truly inexplicable in the weeks after Dad died. And while part of me hopes to never go through anything like that again, another part is grateful for the reassurance that death may not be the end after all. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me. But I needed to share it. And who knows? Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and will find comfort in knowing they're not alone. All I know is that I'll never look at a white feather the same way again. I've been dealing with this thing for years now. I don't even know what to call it anymore. A ghost? A demon? Some kind of entity that's latched onto me? Whatever it is, it's been following me from home to home, haunting not just the places I live, but me personally. And it's only getting worse. It all started about 5 years ago, not long after I became a paramedic firefighter. At first, it was just little things. Objects slightly out of place, lights flickering, that creepy feeling of being watched when I was alone. I tried to brush it off, tell myself I was just stressed from the job and imagining things. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Erica noticed it too. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV and suddenly hear footsteps upstairs, or wake up in the middle of the night to all the kitchen cabinets standing wide open. She'd ask if I'd gotten up, I'd say no, and we'd both just sit there in confused silence, not wanting to acknowledge what was happening. Things escalated after a particularly rough call at work. We responded to a horrific car accident. 2 vehicles collided head-on at high speed. By the time we arrived, it was clear there were no survivors. As I was checking one of the mangled vehicles, I saw a child's car seat in the back, empty. For some reason, that image haunted me more than anything else I'd seen on the job. That night, the paranormal activity in our apartment went into overdrive. Every single light in the place started rapidly turning on and off. The TV blared to life at full volume, cycling through channels. Doors were slamming open and shut. Erica and I huddled together on the bed, paralyzed with fear. I could hear a low, guttural growling coming from the hallway outside our room. It lasted for hours before suddenly stopping. The next morning, we immediately started looking for a new place to live. We thought maybe the apartment itself was haunted. How naive we were. Our next home was a small house on the outskirts of town. Things were quiet for the first few weeks, and we started to relax. Then one night I woke up to the sound of whispering. At first I thought it was just Erica talking in her sleep, but when I looked over, she was sound asleep. The whispers were coming from the foot of our bed. I lay there frozen, straining to make out what was being said. It sounded like multiple voices, all speaking at once in hushed, urgent tones. Suddenly, they stopped. In the silence that followed, I felt the mattress depress, as if someone, or something, was crawling up the bed towards us. I wanted to scream, to wake Erica, to run, but I couldn't move. I could only lie there, eyes squeezed shut, as I felt it climb over my legs, my torso, until I could feel hot breath on my face. Then, as quickly as it started, it was gone. I lay there shaking for the rest of the night. When morning came, I told Erica what happened. She believed me. She'd been experiencing things too when I wasn't around. Objects moving on their own, shadows darting across rooms, that constant feeling of being watched. We decided to see a medium, hoping to get some answers. The woman seemed legitimate, not one of those theatrical psychics you see on TV. As soon as we sat down, before we'd even explained why we were there, she got a strange look on her face. "There's something attached to you," she said, looking at me intently. "Something dark. It's been with you for a while now, feeding off your energy, your fear. It's getting stronger." She went on to explain that entities like this often latch onto people in high-stress professions like mine, especially after traumatic events. She said the car accident I'd responded to had weakened my spiritual defenses and allowed this thing to really take hold. We asked how to get rid of it. She gave us some cleansing rituals to try, told us to sage the house, gave me a protective amulet to wear. For a while it seemed to help. Things calmed down for a few months, but looking back, I think the entity was just biding its time, gathering strength. The next phase started gradually. I'd be home alone and hear my name being called from another room, in what sounded exactly like Erica's voice. But when I'd go look, no one was there. Or I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing. One day, I was in the shower when I heard a loud crash from the bedroom. I rushed out, still soaking wet, to find our dresser mirror shattered on the floor. As I stood there staring at it, I noticed something in the fragments of glass. A dark, shadowy figure reflected behind me. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the broken mirror, the figure was gone. That night, Erica and I were woken by the sound of every single drawer and cabinet in the house opening and slamming shut repeatedly. It was deafening. We huddled together in bed, uncertain whether to run or stay put. Then we heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, slow and deliberate. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The footsteps got closer and closer to our bedroom door. Then they stopped. The doorknob slowly began to turn. I don't know what would have happened next, because at that moment, Erica let out a blood-curdling scream. Everything instantly went silent and still. We stayed awake the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. The next day, we called a priest to come bless the house. He seemed skeptical at first, but as he was going through the rooms, strange things started happening. Objects would move slightly when his back was turned. Lights flickered. At one point, a heavy bookend flew off a shelf, narrowly missing his head. By the end of it, the priest looked shaken. He performed a blessing and gave us some holy water, but admitted that this was beyond anything he'd dealt with before. He recommended we contact demonologists for more help. That was about a month ago. Since then, things have been quieter, but not gone, never gone. I still feel watched constantly, still hear whispers when I'm alone, still see dark shapes moving in reflective surfaces. Erica wants us to move again, but I don't see the point. This thing is attached to me, not our home. It'll just follow us wherever we go. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm exhausted, constantly on edge, questioning my own sanity. Sometimes I wonder if it would be better to just give in, to stop fighting it. But then I remember the pure malevolence I felt that night it crawled up our bed, and I know I can't let it win. I have to keep fighting, for Erica's sake if nothing else. I don't know how this ends. Maybe it never does. Maybe this is just my life now, constantly looking over my shoulder, never feeling safe, always wondering when the next incident will happen. All I know is I'm tired, so tired, and scared, because I can feel it getting stronger, and I don't know how much longer I can hold out against it. If anyone has dealt with anything like this before, please, I'm begging you, tell me what to do. How do I get rid of this thing? How do I reclaim my life? I'm at my wit's end here. I just want it to be over. The escape room was located in an old converted warehouse on the outskirts of town, right next to the Oakwood Cemetery. I never gave much thought to our spooky neighbor before, but after that night, I can't look at it the same way again. My shift started at 6 p.m. as usual. I settled into the control room, surrounded by monitors showing live feeds from all the different game rooms. We had 4 rooms total: the Haunted Hospital, the Pirate's Cove, the Mad Scientist's Lab, and the newest addition, the Catacombs. The Catacombs was our most ambitious room yet. We'd excavated part of the warehouse basement and constructed an elaborate underground maze, complete with fake stonework, dim lighting, and even a section that went through an old maintenance tunnel. It was seriously creepy, even knowing it was all fake. The first few groups went through without incident. I watched the players on the monitors, occasionally giving them a hint over the speaker system when they got stuck. Pretty standard stuff. But around 10 p.m., things took a dark turn. A group of college students had just entered the Catacombs room. I watched them make their way through the initial chambers, solving puzzles and unlocking doors. Then they reached the tunnel section. That's when I noticed something strange on camera 12, which monitored the far end of the tunnel. At first I thought it was just a shadow, maybe cast by one of the players. But as I looked closer, I realized none of the students were anywhere near that part of the tunnel yet. The shadow seemed to be moving on its own, shifting and undulating along the wall. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, figuring I must be seeing things after staring at screens for hours. But when I looked back, the shadow was still there, and it seemed to be getting darker, more defined. I could almost make out a vaguely human shape. My heart started racing. This wasn't part of the game. We didn't have any special effects or projections in that section. There was no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I radioed my co-worker Jake, who was doing maintenance in another part of the building. "Hey man, can you come check something out for me in the control room?" I tried to keep my voice steady, not wanting to freak him out. "Sure, be there in 5, he replied. Those 5 minutes felt like an eternity. I couldn't take my eyes off the shadow on camera 12. It kept shifting and swirling, sometimes retreating further down the tunnel, sometimes creeping closer to where the players would soon be. Jake finally arrived, out of breath from jogging up the stairs. "What's up?" he asked. I pointed to the monitor. "Tell me you see that." He leaned in, squinting at the screen. "See what?" "The empty tunnel." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, empty? Look at the shadow on the wall." Jake looked at me like I was crazy. "Dude, there's nothing there. The tunnel's completely empty." I felt sick to my stomach. How could he not see it? The shadow was clearer than ever now, a dark silhouette that seemed to be staring right at the camera, right at me. "I swear to God, Jake, there's something there," I insisted. "Look closer." He humored me, leaning in again and studying the screen intently. After a long moment, he shook his head. "Sorry, man, I got nothing. Maybe you need to take a break, get some fresh air or something." I was about to argue further when suddenly the shadow moved, not just its usual shifting, but a decisive motion towards the camera. For a split second, I swear I saw glowing red eyes in the darkness. I yelped and jumped back from the monitors. Jake looked at me in alarm. "Whoa, you okay?" I couldn't speak. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I pointed a shaking finger at the screen, but the shadow was gone. The tunnel looked completely normal again. Jake put a hand on my shoulder. "Seriously, why don't you go take a break? I can watch things for a bit." I nodded numbly and stumbled out of the control room. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was I going crazy? Had I imagined the whole thing? I made my way outside, gulping in the cool night air. The parking lot was dimly lit, and beyond it loomed the dark expanse of Oakwood Cemetery. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at the rows of tombstones stretching into the darkness. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper carried on the wind. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like it was coming from the cemetery. I took a hesitant step forward, straining to listen. The whisper came again, louder this time. It sounded almost like, "My name?" But that was impossible. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I was just freaked out and imagining things. I was about to go back inside when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I whirled around, heart racing. There, at the edge of the cemetery, was a dark figure. It was too far away to make out clearly, but something about its shape was terrifyingly familiar. The shadow from the camera. But how could it be here? I blinked hard, certain I must be hallucinating. But when I opened my eyes, the figure was closer, much closer, and it was definitely looking right at me. I ran. I sprinted back into the building, slamming the door behind me and leaning against it, gasping for breath. Jake came running out of the control room. "Dude, what the hell? Are you okay?" I couldn't find the words to explain. How could I possibly describe what I'd just seen? I just shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. Jake looked seriously concerned now. "Maybe we should call it a night, man. I can handle the last group. You should go home and get some rest." Part of me wanted to protest, to insist on staying and figuring out what was going on. But a larger part just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. I nodded weakly. Yeah, maybe you're right. Thanks, Jake." I gathered my things in a daze and headed for my car. As I was pulling out of the parking lot, I couldn't resist one last glance at the cemetery. My blood turned to ice. The shadow figure was standing right at the edge of the lot, motionless, watching me. I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out onto the road. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the shadow following me. When I finally made it to my apartment, I triple-checked all the locks and left every light on before collapsing into bed. I barely slept that night, plagued by nightmares of shadowy figures and whispered voices. When my alarm went off the next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't face going back there, not yet. It's been a week now, and I still haven't returned to the escape room. Jake keeps texting, asking if I'm okay. I don't know how to explain what happened. I'm not even sure I understand it myself. All I know is that something impossible, something terrifying, happened that night. And I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can still hear those whispers, calling my name, getting closer. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to go back to work, but I'm even more scared of what might happen if I don't. Whatever that shadow thing was, it seemed to be after me specifically, and I have a sinking feeling that sooner or later it's going to find me again. So I'm writing this all down, partly to try and make sense of it, partly as a warning. If you're ever at the cryptic escape room, especially the catacombs, be careful. Watch the shadows, and if you hear whispers coming from the cemetery next door, run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. Because sometimes the things we think are just games turn out to be all too real. And some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. I was sound asleep when I was suddenly jolted awake by the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. It was a woman's voice, but it sounded wrong, distorted and demonic somehow. And she was screaming one word over and over, "Kathy! Kathy! Kathy!" I sat bolt upright in bed, heart pounding out of my chest. The screaming continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10-15 seconds. Then it abruptly cut off, leaving an eerie silence. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands to check the time. 3 a.m. exactly, the witching hour. Great. I sat there frozen for several minutes, straining my ears for any other sounds. But there was nothing, just the faint hum of the heating system. Eventually I worked up the courage to get out of bed and investigate. I checked every nook and cranny of that basement, but found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. No sign of any intruder or logical explanation for what I'd heard. I didn't get any more sleep that night. I just sat up in bed with all the lights on until morning, jumping at every little creak or settling noise from the old house. When I talked to my landlord the next day, he seemed genuinely baffled. He said he'd never experienced anything strange in the 30 years he'd owned the place, and none of the previous tenants had reported anything either. I seriously considered moving out after that, but I ultimately decided to stay. I told myself it was probably just a vivid nightmare or sleep paralysis episode, and nothing else happened for several weeks after that, so I started to relax and put it out of my mind. But then came the second incident, about a month and a half after I moved in, and this one I know for a fact wasn't a dream. I was up late one night working on my laptop. It was around 1 a.m., and I was getting ready to call it a night. I closed my computer and stood up from the desk to head to bed. As I turned towards the bedroom, movement near the basement door caught my eye. I looked over, expecting to see a shadow or maybe a bug on the wall. Instead, I saw her. An elderly Native American woman was standing there clear as day, staring right at me. She was wearing traditional clothing. I'm not an expert, but it looked like buckskin with intricate beadwork. Her long gray hair was in 2 braids, and she had on a pair of wire-rimmed glasses that looked out of place with the rest of her attire. I froze in place, unable to move or even breathe. We just stared at each other for several long seconds. I kept waiting for her to disappear or for me to wake up, but she didn't vanish, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was awake. Finally, I managed to stammer out a weak "hello," As soon as I spoke, she turned and walked through the closed basement door like it wasn't even there, just passed right through the solid wood and vanished. I stood there in shock for several minutes, trying to process what I'd just seen. Eventually, I worked up the courage to open the basement door and look outside, but of course there was no sign of her. I barely slept at all for the next week. I kept the lights on 24/7 and jumped at every little noise. I seriously considered breaking my lease and moving out, but I only had another month left on my contract anyway. So I toughed it out, but those last few weeks were nerve-wracking to say the least. Nothing else happened after that second incident. No more screams, no more apparitions, but the memory of those two experiences is seared into my brain. I've spent countless hours researching, trying to find some explanation. I looked into the history of the house and the land it was built on. I talked to locals about any legends or folklore, but I never found anything concrete that could explain what I experienced. Was the screaming somehow connected to the Native American woman? Who was Kathy? Why did these things happen to me when no one else had reported anything strange there before? I'll probably never know the answers, but I do know that I'll never forget those terrifying nights in that Alberta basement. They shook my entire worldview and left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I haven't experienced anything paranormal since then, thankfully. But I'd be lying if I said I don't still look over my shoulder sometimes, half expecting to see that elderly woman staring back at me. Some things just stay with you, I guess. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that basement. Maybe it was all in my head somehow. Maybe there really are things in this world that we can't understand or explain. All I know is that those experiences changed me forever. I used to be a total skeptic about anything supernatural. Now, let's just say I'm a lot more open-minded. I still get chills thinking about that woman's face, the way she looked right at me, like she could see right through me. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there in that basement, waiting for the next tenant to arrive. Part of me hopes someone else experiences something so I know I'm not crazy. But mostly I hope no one else ever has to go through what I did. I've never told many people about this. It's not exactly the kind of thing you bring up in casual conversation, but I needed to get it off my chest. Writing it all out like this has been cathartic in a way. If you've made it this far, thanks for reading. I know it probably sounds insane. Hell, sometimes I still have trouble believing it myself. But I swear on everything I hold dear that this is what happened to me. Make of it what you will. I don't know if I'll ever truly come to terms with what I experienced in that basement, but I do know that I'll never look at the world quite the same way again. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy, as Shakespeare said. I just hope I never have to come face to face with any of them again. Started innocently enough. I'd always been fascinated by the dark web, that hidden underbelly of the internet where anything goes. At first, I just explored out of curiosity, but the more I saw, the more I felt compelled to do something about the horrific things happening there. I started small, infiltrating drug marketplaces and turning evidence over to the authorities. It gave me a rush, knowing I was making a difference. But nothing could have prepared me for what I stumbled across that fateful night. I was probing a new marketplace that had popped up, trying to map out its structure and find weaknesses. At first glance, it looked like just another site for illegal goods. But as I dug deeper, I felt my blood run cold. This wasn't drugs or weapons, it was people. Children, to be exact. My hands shook as I scrolled through page after page of young faces. Kids as young as 5 or 6 being sold like cattle. I'd seen some fucked up shit in my time on the dark web, but this was a whole new level of evil. I knew I had to take this site down, but I needed evidence first. So I steeled myself and kept digging, documenting everything I found. That's when I saw her, a 12-year-old girl from the Philippines with sad eyes that haunted me. But it wasn't just her youth that shocked me. It was the listing details. Sold by family. I felt physically ill. How could parents do this to their own child? In that moment, all my carefully cultivated detachment evaporated. This wasn't just another case. It was personal now. I spent the next 72 hours working non-stop, fueled by a mixture of caffeine, rage, and desperate determination. Sleep was impossible with those eyes seared into my brain. I had to find a way to save her, to save all of them. As I mapped the site's infrastructure, I also dug into the girl's background. Maria was her name, at least that's what they called her on the site. I managed to trace the listing back to an IP address in a small village outside Manila. That's when I made a decision that went against everything I stood for as an ethical hacker. I wasn't just going to shut this site down. I was going to make those bastards pay. Using some rather questionable methods, I got access to the family's devices. What I found sickened me even more. Pictures of Maria growing up, family vacations, birthday parties. They'd had a normal life until recently. What drove them to this? I shouldn't have looked further, but I couldn't stop myself. Bank records showed mounting debts, medical bills for a younger sibling. Was this how they justified it to themselves? That they were sacrificing one child to save another? It didn't matter. Nothing could excuse this. So I did something I'd never done before. I decided to get personal. I put together a package of images, Maria's baby photos, school pictures, family snapshots, and I sent them anonymously to her parents' phones and email addresses. No message, no threat. Just a reminder of the child they were betraying. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought they'd have a change of heart, realize the horror of what they were doing. It was stupid and reckless. I was letting my emotions cloud my judgment, but I couldn't stop thinking about Maria. Couldn't stop imagining the terror she must be feeling. After sending the photos, I refocused on bringing down the site. It was an intricate operation. These bastards had some serious tech on their side, but I was more motivated than I'd ever been. For 36 hours straight, I worked on infiltrating their systems, planting backdoors, and gathering every scrap of data I could find. I didn't just want to shut them down. I wanted to burn the whole operation to the ground and salt the earth. Finally, I had everything I needed. With a few keystrokes, I took the entire marketplace offline. Then I sent an anonymous tip to Interpol, complete with server locations, admin details, and a full customer list. I should have felt triumphant. This was the biggest bust I'd ever been involved in. But all I could think about was Maria and the other kids like her. Taking down the site was one thing, but what about the children already sold? How many more sites were out there? The next few days passed in a blur. I barely slept, jumping at every notification, hoping for news of arrests. When it finally came, the relief was overwhelming. Multiple raids across several countries. Dozens of traffickers and hundreds of customers arrested. But what about Maria? I scoured news reports and police statements looking for any mention of rescued children. There were some, but no names or details. I'll never know for sure what happened to her. That was 3 months ago. I'd like to say I moved on, that I went back to my regular life. But the truth is, I haven't been the same since. I still see Maria's eyes when I close my own. I still wonder if I could have done more, moved faster, somehow saved her specifically. I'm still fighting the good fight, taking down dark web criminals. But now it's not just a hobby or a way to test my skills. It's a mission, because I know there are more Marias out there, more children trapped in unimaginable horror. And until they're all free, I won't stop. Sometimes I think about reaching out, trying to find out what happened to Maria, but I know that's a line I can't cross. I'm not a hero or a savior. I'm just a guy with a keyboard, trying to make a dent in the darkness. But on the nights when the weight of what I've seen becomes too much, when I'm haunted by the faces of all the children I couldn't save, I remind myself of one thing. Because of what I did, there's one less place in this world for monsters to sell innocent lives. And tomorrow, I'll wake up and do it all again. Because someone has to. And now that I've seen the truth, I can never look away again. I was just a regular college student, majoring in computer science and fascinated by the world of cybersecurity. Little did I know that my curiosity would lead me down a dark path I'd never be able to fully shake. It all started innocently enough. I was working on a paper about online privacy and encryption for my InfoSec class. I'd heard whispers about the dark web and decided to check it out, thinking it would make for an interesting case study. I downloaded Tor and started exploring, telling myself it was all in the name of academic research. At first, it was pretty underwhelming. Most of the onion sites I found were just mirrors of regular websites or marketplaces selling illegal stuff. But as I dug deeper, I started finding these underground forums discussing government conspiracies, surveillance programs, and hidden truths the powers that be didn't want us to know. I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories, but I got sucked in. The people on these forums seemed so convinced, so passionate about what they believed. They shared evidence and connected dots in ways that made me question things I'd always taken for granted. Before I knew it, I was spending hours every night diving deeper into these rabbit holes. That's when I first started hearing whispers about red rooms. According to the forums, these were supposed to be live streams of torture, human experimentation, and worse. Most people said they were just urban legends, but a few swore they were real. I told myself I didn't believe it, but a morbid curiosity started gnawing at me. I spent weeks trying to find concrete proof that red rooms existed. I scoured countless forums, followed sketchy links, and even tried to infiltrate some private groups. Looking back, I can't believe how reckless I was being. I was so caught up in the thrill of uncovering forbidden knowledge that I didn't stop to consider the dangers. Then came that night. That awful night I'll never be able to forget. I was in my dorm room, lights off except for the glow of my laptop screen. My roommate was out for the weekend, so I had the place to myself. I'd been browsing for hours, following link after link down an increasingly disturbing rabbit hole. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. The text was in some Eastern European language I didn't recognize. There was a countdown timer and a button. My heart started racing. Was this it? Had I finally found a real red room? I hesitated for a moment, my cursor hovering over the button. Every instinct told me to close the browser and walk away, but that damned curiosity got the better of me. I clicked. The video feed took a few seconds to load. At first, all I could see was a dimly lit room with bare concrete walls. Then the camera panned, revealing a figure strapped to a metal table. They were completely naked, their body covered in strange markings and incisions. I felt the blood drain from my face. This couldn't be real, right? It had to be some sick prank or a very convincing special effects job. But as I watched, unable to look away, I realized with growing horror that this was no act. Men in surgical masks entered the frame. They were speaking that same language from the pop-up, their voices clinical and detached. One of them picked up a scalpel. The person on the table started thrashing and screaming. I slammed my laptop shut, but it was too late. The image was seared into my brain. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. What the fuck had I just witnessed? The rest of that night is a blur. I remember pacing my room, feeling like the walls were closing in on me. Every shadow seemed to hide some unspeakable threat. I was terrified that whoever was behind that stream would somehow track me down. When the sun finally rose, I got to work scrubbing every trace of Tor and my dark web activity from my computer. I deleted files, cleared caches, and even did a full system wipe just to be safe. Then I took my laptop outside and smashed it with a hammer, paranoid that there might still be some evidence left. It's been months since that night, but I still can't shake what I saw. I have nightmares about that room, about being the one strapped to that table. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see those cold surgical instruments, hear those agonized screams. I've tried to convince myself that it wasn't real, that it must have been an elaborate hoax. But deep down, I know the truth. There are horrors lurking in the darkest corners of the internet that most people can't even imagine. I don't touch anything related to the dark web anymore. Hell, I barely even go online these days, except when absolutely necessary. I've become paranoid about surveillance, always feeling like I'm being watched. My grades have slipped, and my friends keep asking what's wrong. But I can't bring myself to tell anyone what really happened. Sometimes I think about reporting what I saw to the authorities. But what could I even say? I have no proof, no way to track down that site again. And honestly, I'm terrified of drawing attention to myself or getting in trouble for the laws I broke while exploring the dark web. So I stay quiet, carrying this burden alone. I try to focus on my studies, on building a normal life, but I know I'll never be the same. That one moment of curiosity cost me my peace of mind, my sense of security in the world. If you're reading this and feeling tempted to explore the dark web yourself, please reconsider. Some things, once seen, can never be unseen. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Take it from someone who learned the hard way. There are some parts of the internet that are dark for a reason. Stay in the light where it's safe. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover from what I experienced. All I can do is try to move forward, one day at a time, and hope that eventually the nightmares will fade. But a part of me will always be trapped in that room, forced to confront the depths of human cruelty and the consequences of my own reckless curiosity. I never thought a simple yard sale could turn into the most terrifying day of my life. It was a beautiful Saturday morning in May, and I had decided to finally clear out some of the clutter that had been accumulating in our garage and basement over the years. My husband was away on a business trip, so I figured it was the perfect opportunity to sort through everything and make some extra cash. I woke up early, excited to set up all the items on our front lawn. The weather was perfect, sunny and warm with a gentle breeze. As I arranged the folding tables and started laying out all the stuff, I felt optimistic about the day ahead. Little did I know the horror that was waiting for me. The first couple hours went smoothly. A steady stream of neighbors and bargain hunters stopped by, browsing through the eclectic mix of household items, old electronics, and outgrown kids' toys. I was in a great mood, chatting with people and haggling over prices. It was around 11 a.m. when I first noticed him. A man in his late 40s or early 50s, wearing faded jeans, a plain gray t-shirt, and a blue Dodgers baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him at first glance. He casually browsed the tables like any other customer, picking up items here and there to examine them. But as the morning wore on, I started to get an uneasy feeling. The man seemed to be lingering much longer than the other shoppers. Every time I glanced up, he was still there, meandering between the tables. And I could swear I felt his eyes on me, even when I wasn't looking directly at him. I tried to shake off the paranoia, telling myself I was being silly. Yard sales often attract window shoppers and browsers who stick around for a while. Still, a nagging sense of discomfort persisted in the pit of my stomach. As the crowd started to thin out around lunchtime, the man in the Dodgers cap was one of the few remaining shoppers. I noticed him examining a set of old kitchen knives I had put out for sale. He held one up, testing the blade against his thumb. A chill ran down my spine. "Those are $5 for the set," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. He just grunted in response, replacing the knife and moving on to the next table. I busied myself reorganizing some items, but I could feel his presence nearby, like a dark cloud hovering at the edge of my awareness. When I looked up again, he was standing unnervingly close, staring intently at me. "Nice day for a sale," he said, his voice low and gravelly. I nodded and mumbled some kind of agreement, my heart starting to race. There was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl, a predatory gleam that sent warning signals blaring through my mind. "You live here alone?" he asked casually, but there was nothing casual about the way he was looking at me. Alarm bells were ringing in my head now. I took a step back, putting some distance between us. "My husband will be home any minute," I lied, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "He's just running a quick errand." The man's mouth twisted into what I can only describe as a knowing smirk. It was clear he didn't believe me. My palms were sweating now, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. "I think I'm going to start packing up," I said, struggling to maintain a calm facade. "Thanks for stopping by." I turned away, pretending to busy myself with gathering items, but really, I was desperately trying to figure out what to do. Should I run inside and call the police? Try to act normal and hope he leaves? The house suddenly felt miles away, though it was only about 30 feet to the front door. I heard his footsteps behind me and whirled around. He was standing there with a claw hammer in his hand, one that had been sitting on a table with some other tools. The look in his eyes made my blood run cold. This was no longer just creepy behavior. I was in real danger. Time seemed to slow down as I watched him raise the hammer. In that moment, pure survival instinct took over. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy wrench that had been part of the tool set, and swung it with all my might, just as he lunged toward me. There was a sickening thud as the wrench connected with the side of his head. He staggered backward, momentarily stunned. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran for the house as fast as my legs would carry me, my heart feeling like it would burst out of my chest. I slammed the front door behind me, locking it with shaking hands. I raced through the house, making sure every door and window was secured. Then I grabbed my cell phone and called 911, my voice trembling as I tried to explain what had happened to the dispatcher. Those next few minutes felt like an eternity as I huddled in the hallway, jumping at every little sound. Had he followed me? Was he trying to break in? I kept expecting to hear glass shattering or wood splintering at any moment. When I finally heard the blessed sound of police sirens approaching, I nearly collapsed with relief. I cautiously peeked out the front window. The yard sale items were still scattered across the lawn, but there was no sign of the man in the Dodgers cap. I let the police in, still shaking like a leaf. They took my statement and searched the property and surrounding area, but found no trace of my attacker. They assured me they would increase patrols in the neighborhood and told me to call immediately if I saw the man again or noticed anything suspicious. After they left, I sank down onto the couch, utterly drained. The realization of how close I had come to God knows what fate hit me like a ton of bricks. I burst into tears, great heaving sobs that seemed to come from the very depths of my soul. I called my husband, barely able to get the words out between sobs as I recounted what had happened. He caught the next flight home, arriving late that night to find me still huddled on the couch, jumping at every sound. In the days and weeks that followed, I was a nervous wreck. I couldn't sleep, startling awake at the slightest noise. Every time I looked out the window, I expected to see that Dodgers cap. We installed a security system, and I started seeing a therapist to deal with the trauma, but the fear lingered. It's been months now, and the police never found the man. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the stress and isolation had caused me to blow an innocent interaction out of proportion. But then I remember the cold, predatory look in his eyes, the sickening thud of the wrench connecting with his skull. It was all too real. I still have nightmares about that day. In my darkest moments, I'm convinced he's out there somewhere, waiting for another opportunity. Every time I see a Dodgers cap, my heart races and my palms get sweaty. That yard sale was supposed to be about clearing out the old to make room for new beginnings. Instead, it filled my life with a lingering darkness that I'm not sure will ever fully go away. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again, but I'm alive, and I'm grateful for that. I just wish I knew for certain that the nightmare was really over. I had spent the week sorting through old clothes, books, and household items to sell. The crown jewel of my offerings was a beautiful set of vintage porcelain plates that had belonged to my grandmother. They were delicate and ornate, with intricate floral patterns in soft pastel hues. I had mixed feelings about parting with them, but I rarely used them and figured someone else might appreciate them more. As I was setting up my tables that morning, my next-door neighbor Susan came over to help. We chatted and laughed as we arranged everything, sipping coffee and enjoying the crisp fall air. People started trickling in around 8 a.m., browsing the assorted knickknacks and bargaining over prices. It was all going smoothly until about 10:30. That's when I first noticed him, an elderly man, probably in his late 70s, shuffling down the driveway. He had wispy white hair and was slightly hunched over, leaning on a wooden cane as he walked. There was something about the intense look in his eyes that made me a bit uneasy, but I brushed it off. He made a beeline for the table with my grandmother's plates. "How much for these?" he asked gruffly, picking up one of the delicate saucers and examining it closely. "The set is $75, I replied. They're antique Bavarian porcelain, over 80 years old. He scoffed. $75? Highway robbery. I'll give you 20 for the lot. I was taken aback by his brusque manner. I'm sorry, sir, but that's far too low. These are family heirlooms and quite valuable. The price is firm. His face darkened. Listen here, Missy. I've been collecting fine china for 50 years. I know what these are worth, and it sure as hell ain't $75. Don't try to pull one over on me. I felt my cheeks flush with anger and embarrassment as nearby shoppers started to stare. Sir, I'm not trying to trick anyone. That's simply what they're worth to me. If you're not interested, There are plenty of other items for sale." But he wouldn't let it go. He began loudly proclaiming that I was running a scam, trying to rip off poor old men with inflated prices. I tried to remain calm, but inside I was seething. How dare he cause such a scene and accuse me of dishonesty? "That's enough," I said firmly. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "I'm not going anywhere until you give me a fair price," he shouted, his face turning red. That's when things escalated quickly. In a burst of frustration, I grabbed one of the plates off the table and held it over my head. "Fine," I yelled. "If you want it so badly, come and get it." It was a childish, impulsive move, one I'd regret for the rest of my life. The old man lunged forward, trying to snatch the plate from my hands. We grappled for a moment, a bizarre tug-of-war over the fragile porcelain. Then suddenly he lost his balance, stumbling backwards. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. I saw the fear in his eyes as he fell. I heard the sickening crack as the plate shattered against the concrete driveway. And then the most horrifying sound of all, a wet thud as his head hit the ground, followed by an agonized groan. For a moment, everything was silent. Then chaos erupted. People were shouting, running towards us. I stood frozen in shock, staring at the old man's crumpled form. There was so much blood, spreading in a crimson pool around his head. Shards of porcelain were scattered everywhere. One large, jagged piece was embedded in his neck, blood pulsing around it with each weakening heartbeat. Susan was suddenly at my side, phone in hand as she dialed 911. Other neighbors rushed over, trying to help. Someone was pressing a towel to the man's wound. Another person was attempting CPR. But even in my dazed state, I could tell it was futile. The light was already fading from his eyes. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police and paramedics arrived. I was questioned extensively, my hands swabbed for evidence. They took my clothes, photographed the scene. The old man, whose name I learned was Harold, was pronounced dead at the scene. I kept trying to explain that it was an accident, that I never meant to hurt anyone. But the looks on everyone's faces told me they didn't believe me. Or maybe they did, and that made it even worse. That I could take a life so carelessly, so needlessly. The news spread through our small town like wildfire. By that evening, it seemed everyone knew what had happened. My phone was flooded with calls and messages, some offering condolences or support, others spewing vitriol and accusations. I couldn't bear to answer any of them. I barely slept that night, plagued by vivid nightmares. I kept seeing Harold's face, the look of terror as he fell. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, convinced I could still hear the sound of shattering porcelain. The next day, I couldn't bring myself to leave the house. I peeked out the window and saw news vans parked on our street. Neighbors were gathered in small groups, gesturing towards my home as they talked in hushed voices. I felt like a prisoner, trapped by my own actions and the judgment of others. As the days passed, the weight of what I'd done settled over me like a suffocating blanket. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Harold's face. The sound of breaking china made me flinch. I became a shell of my former self, consumed by guilt and shame. The legal process dragged on for months. In the end, no charges were filed. It was ruled an accidental death. But that brought little comfort. In the eyes of the community, I was already condemned. I tried to go about my normal routine, but it was impossible. At the grocery store, conversations would stop when I walked down an aisle. At my job, co-workers avoided eye contact. Parents would usher their children to the other side of the street when they saw me coming. The whispers and stares were constant, suffocating. I thought about reaching out to Harold's family to apologize, to try to make amends somehow. But what could I possibly say? How do you apologize for taking someone's life, even accidentally? No words seemed adequate. As the months wore on, I realized I couldn't stay. This town that had once been my home now felt like a prison. Every street corner, every familiar face was a reminder of what I'd done. The weight of collective judgment was crushing me, so I made the difficult decision to leave. I quit my job, sold my house, and packed up my life. I left behind friends, family, and every shred of the person I used to be. I moved across the country to a place where no one knew my name or my story. But no matter how far I run, I can't escape the memories. They haunt me daily, the argument, the struggle, the sickening sound of Harold falling, the sight of blood mixing with shattered porcelain on my driveway, the accusing stares of my neighbors. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive myself. All I can do is try to live each day with purpose, to try to put some good back into the world to balance the harm I've caused. But the guilt is my constant companion, a burden I'll carry for the rest of my days. I never thought a simple yard sale could destroy so many lives in an instant. I would give anything to go back and change what happened, to bite my tongue, to let the plates go, to react with kindness instead of anger. But I can't. All I can do now is share my story as a warning to others. Choose your actions carefully, because in a split second, one impulsive decision can shatter lives as easily as porcelain. I never expected a simple yard sale find to turn my life upside down, but that's exactly what happened last Saturday. It was a beautiful spring morning, and my husband Tom and I decided to check out some local sales in our neighborhood. We love hunting for unique treasures and antiques, so we were excited to see what we might discover. As we strolled down Oak Street, I noticed a modest yard sale at an older home I'd passed by many times before, but never really paid attention to. An elderly man sat in a lawn chair, barely acknowledging us as we approached. Tables were scattered across the lawn, covered in the usual assortment of household items and knickknacks. I was about to move on when a battered cardboard box under one of the tables caught my eye. Something about it intrigued me, so I crouched down to take a closer look. The box was unmarked and sealed with yellowing packing tape. When I picked it up, it had a surprising weight to it. "How much for this box?" I called out to the old man. He glanced over disinterestedly. $5, he grunted. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was wasting money on what could just be a box of junk. But my curiosity got the better of me, and I handed over a $5 bill. Tom raised an eyebrow at me, but didn't say anything as we headed home with my mysterious purchase. Back in our kitchen, I carefully cut through the brittle tape sealing the box. As I opened the flaps, a musty smell wafted out. The box was packed full of papers, photographs, and small objects. I started pulling things out, my excitement growing as I realized this was no ordinary collection of random items. The first thing I noticed were stacks of newspaper clippings, all related to the same story: an unidentified woman found murdered in a local park in 1992. The articles referred to her as Jane Doe and detailed the fruitless efforts to identify her and solve the crime. I spread the clippings across our kitchen table, scanning the headlines with growing fascination. "Tom, come look at this," I called out. He came in from the living room and peered over my shoulder. "Whoa," he said. "Where did all this come from?" I explained about finding the box at the yard sale as I continued to sift through its contents. There were dozens of photographs. Some appeared to be crime scene photos, while others looked like personal snapshots of the victim when she was alive. In one, she smiled at the camera, her arms around two young children. My heart ached as I realized those children likely never knew what happened to their mother. Digging deeper, I found official-looking documents, police reports, autopsy results, witness statements. It was like looking at a case file, but why would all of this be in a random box at a yard sale? "This is really strange," Tom said, picking up one of the reports. "Should we call the police? This seems like it could be important evidence." I nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and unease. "Yeah, I think we need to turn this over to the authorities. This poor woman's case was never solved. Maybe there's something in here that could help identify her or find her killer." As Tom went to call the non-emergency police line, I kept exploring the box's contents. At the very bottom, I found a small velvet jewelry box. With trembling fingers, I opened it to reveal a delicate gold locket. Inside was a tiny photograph of the same two children from the earlier picture. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't just evidence. These were someone's cherished personal belongings. How did they end up discarded at a yard sale? And why did the old man seem so indifferent about selling them? When the police arrived about an hour later, I recounted the whole story of how I acquired the box. The two officers carefully examined the contents, their expressions growing more serious as they realized what they were looking at. "Ma'am, you did the right thing by contacting us," one of the officers said. "This appears to be previously undiscovered evidence related to a cold case. We'll need to take all of this with us for processing." As they packed everything back into the box, I felt a strange reluctance to let it go. In just a few short hours, I'd become invested in this mysterious Jane Doe and her tragic story. I wanted to know more, to understand how she ended up murdered and forgotten, her possessions sold off as if they meant nothing. "Is there any way I can follow up on the case?" I asked the officers. "I'd really like to know if this helps identify her or solve the crime." They exchanged a glance before one replied, "I'm afraid we can't share details of an ongoing investigation, ma'am, but we appreciate your assistance in bringing this evidence to light." After they left with the box, Tom and I sat in stunned silence for a while. The whole experience felt surreal, like something out of a crime show rather than our normal, quiet lives. "Should we go back and talk to that old man?" Tom finally asked. "Find out how he got that box?" I considered it, but something held me back. I don't know. There was something off about him. Maybe we should leave that to the police. We tried to go about our evening as normal, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. That night, I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with images of the woman from the photographs. In one particularly vivid dream, she stood before me, silently pleading for help. I woke with a start, my heart racing. The next morning, fueled by a mix of curiosity and a nagging sense of obligation to the unnamed victim, I decided to do some online research into the case. It didn't take long to find articles about the 1992 murder, but they contained little information beyond what I'd already seen in the newspaper clippings. As I scrolled through search results, a more recent article caught my eye. It was dated just 2 months ago, and the headline read, "New Lead in 1992 Jane Doe Case." I clicked on it eagerly, my pulse quickening as I read. The article mentioned that an anonymous tip had led investigators to reopen the cold case. There were no details about the nature of the tip, but it stated that police were pursuing new avenues of investigation. Could it be related to the box I found? The timing seemed like too much of a coincidence. I was about to call Tom over to read the article when my phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar local number. Hesitantly, I answered. "Hello?" I said. There was a moment of silence before a gruff voice spoke. You shouldn't have bought that box. My blood ran cold. Who is this? I demanded. Someone who knows the truth about Jane Doe, the voice replied. And believe me, you don't want to get involved. Forget what you saw and move on with your life. For your own good. The line went dead. I stood there, phone still pressed to my ear, my mind reeling. Was this a threat? Should I call the police again? Just then, a loud knock at the front door made me jump. Tom came out of the bedroom, looking concerned. Who was that on the phone? You look like you've seen a ghost. Before I could answer, another insistent knock echoed through the house. Tom moved to answer it, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, I whispered. Something weird is going on. We crept to the window and peeked out. My heart nearly stopped when I saw who was standing on our porch. It was the old man from the yard sale, and he did not look happy. I know you're in there, he shouted. Give me back that box and we'll forget this whole thing ever happened. Tom reached for his phone to call 911, but I hesitated. Part of me wanted answers, wanted to understand the mystery I'd stumbled into. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. The old man's weathered face was contorted with anger and fear. Where is it? He demanded. Where's the box? The police have it, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Now why don't you tell me what's really going on here? He deflated visibly at my words, the fight seeming to leave him. You don't understand what you've done, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That case was buried for a reason. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden. Before I could press him further, the sound of sirens filled the air. The old man's head snapped up, panic in his eyes. Without another word, he turned and fled, moving with surprising speed for someone his age. Moments later, 2 police cars pulled up in front of our house. As officers approached, I realized with a sinking feeling that our quiet life had been irrevocably changed. Whatever mystery surrounded this Jane Doe, we were now part of it, for better or worse. The rest of that day passed in a blur of police interviews and growing anxiety. Tom and I recounted everything that had happened, from finding the box to the threatening phone call and the old man's visit. The detectives seemed deeply interested in every detail, but shared little information in return. As night fell and the police finally left, Tom and I sat on the couch, emotionally exhausted. What have we gotten ourselves into? I wondered aloud. Tom squeezed my hand reassuringly. We did the right thing, he said. Whatever's going on, at least now there's a chance for that poor woman to get justice. I nodded, wanting to believe him. But as I drifted off to sleep that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The mystery of Jane Doe had become part of our lives, and I feared we might never know the full truth of what happened to her, or why someone was so desperate to keep it hidden. In the days and weeks that followed, life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, but I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at unexpected noises and scrutinizing every unfamiliar face I saw on the street. The Jane Doe case had awakened something in me, a need to know the truth, to see justice done. I scoured news sources daily for any updates, but there was nothing. It wasn't until nearly 2 months later that we heard anything more about the case. A detective called to inform us that thanks to the evidence in the box, they had finally identified Jane Doe. Her real name was Emily Carson, and she had been a social worker who disappeared while investigating a case of suspected child abuse. The news brought a mix of emotions, relief that Emily had her name back, sadness for her family who had spent decades not knowing her fate, and a renewed determination to see her killer brought to justice. But as the detective explained, they were still no closer to solving the murder itself. That night, As Tom and I discussed the latest developments, a terrifying thought struck me. What if the person who killed Emily was the same one who had threatened us? What if by uncovering this long-buried secret, we had put ourselves in the crosshairs of a killer? I tried to push the fear aside, reminding myself that we had done the right thing. But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't help but wonder, in trying to solve one mystery, had we inadvertently stumbled into something far more dangerous than we could have ever imagined? I never thought a simple yard sale would turn my life upside down, but here I am, still shaken by what happened last weekend. It all started on a sunny Saturday morning when I decided to check out some local yard sales, hoping to find some hidden treasures or cool vintage items. Little did I know that I'd end up bringing home something far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. I had already hit up a few sales without much luck when I spotted a promising-looking one in an older neighborhood. As I approached, I saw tables covered in the usual assortment of old clothes, books, and household items. But what caught my eye was a weathered metal box sitting off to the side. Curious, I walked over to take a closer look. The box was about the size of a shoebox, with a dull metallic sheen and some scratches on the surface. It looked pretty old, maybe from the 50s or 60s. I asked the older woman running the sale how much she wanted for it. "Oh, that old thing?" she said. "My uncle left it behind years ago. You can have it for $5 if you want it." Something about the box intrigued me, so I decided to go for it. I handed over the cash, and she gave me a strange look as I picked up the box. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. "Be careful with that," she warned. "I'm not sure what all is in there." I thanked her and headed home, excited to examine my new find. Once I got back to my apartment, I set the box down on the kitchen table and carefully opened the lid. Inside was an assortment of old papers and what looked like schematics or diagrams. But nestled among the papers was a smooth metallic sphere about the size of a baseball. As soon as I touched the sphere, I noticed it felt oddly warm. At first I thought maybe it had just been sitting in the sun, but even after a while it maintained that unusual warmth. Curious, I started looking through some of the papers, but most of it looked like complex mathematical equations and scientific jargon that went way over my head. I snapped a few photos of the sphere and papers and posted them online, asking if anyone knew what this strange object might be. Within minutes, I started getting concerned replies. "Dude, that looks radioactive. You need to be careful. Those equations look like nuclear physics formulas. Where did you get this? That sphere could be extremely dangerous. Don't touch it." At first I thought people were just being alarmist, but as more worried comments poured in, a sense of dread started to build in my gut. What the hell had I brought into my home? One commenter who claimed to work in nuclear safety gave me some urgent instructions. "Do not touch that sphere again. Seal the box if you can. Open all your windows for ventilation. Wash your hands thoroughly. Call the authorities immediately and tell them you may have a radioactive object." My hands shaking, I followed the advice as best I could. I used oven mitts to carefully close the metal box, opened all the windows, and scrubbed my hands raw in the sink. Then I called the local police non-emergency line, feeling like an idiot, but also terrified. Hi," I stammered when they answered. I Think I may have accidentally bought a radioactive object at a yard sale. I'm not sure what to do." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Sir, can you please repeat that?" I explained the situation as best I could. They told me to stay put and that they would send someone right away. For the next 30 minutes, I paced anxiously around my apartment, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Had I been exposed to dangerous radiation? Was my whole building contaminated now? When I heard the knock at the door, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I opened it to find 2 police officers and a man in a hazmat suit holding some kind of scanning device. They asked me to step out into the hallway while they examined the box and its contents. After what felt like an eternity, the hazmat guy emerged from my apartment. "Well, you were right to call us," he said grimly. "That sphere is putting out significant radiation. We're going to need to bring in a specialized team to safely remove and contain it." The next few hours were a blur. More people in protective gear arrived, cordoning off my apartment and carefully removing the box and sphere. They took samples and scans of everything. I was subjected to a battery of tests and scans myself to check my radiation exposure levels. Eventually, a stern-looking man who introduced himself as Agent Thompson from some alphabet agency I'd never heard of sat me down for questioning. He grilled me for what felt like hours about where I'd gotten the radioactive sphere and what I knew about it. I told him everything, about the yard sale, the old woman, and finding the sphere in the box. His brow furrowed as I mentioned the seller's comment about it belonging to her uncle. "We're going to need to track down this woman and her uncle," he said. "This is an extremely serious matter. That sphere appears to be weapons-grade nuclear material. Possessing it is highly illegal." My stomach dropped. "Am I in trouble?" I asked weakly. Agent Thompson's expression softened slightly. "No, you did the right thing by contacting authorities. But we need to figure out where this came from and if there are any other dangerous materials out there." Over the next few days, I learned more about what had happened. Apparently, the sphere was a chunk of highly enriched uranium, likely left over from some secret government project decades ago. The woman's uncle had been a chemist who worked on classified research, and he had illegally kept some materials when the project was shut down. The authorities were able to track down the woman who sold me the box. She was horrified to learn what her uncle had been hiding all these years. Thankfully, no other radioactive materials were found on her property. As for me, I was incredibly lucky. The tests showed I hadn't received a dangerous dose of radiation in the short time I had the sphere. But the whole ordeal left me shaken to my core. I keep replaying all the what-ifs in my head. What if I had kept that thing in my home, not realizing the danger? What if I had tried to open or tamper with it? It's been a week now, and I'm still having trouble sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I see that innocuous-looking metal sphere that could have killed me. I've become paranoid about every object in my home, wondering what hidden dangers might be lurking. Needless to say, I don't think I'll be going to any more yard sales for a long, long time. You never know what kind of deadly secrets might be hiding in an old box or basement. I used to love the thrill of the hunt, looking for hidden treasures and unique finds. Now the thought of sifting through strangers' cast-offs fills me with dread. I'm trying to move on and put this behind me, but it's not easy. The authorities have sworn me to secrecy about many of the details, which only adds to my stress. I feel like I'm carrying around this bizarre, frightening secret that I can't fully share with anyone. So I guess the moral of the story is, be careful what you buy at yard sales. That quirky vintage find could turn out to be more than you bargained for. Me, I think I'll stick to boring, safe retail stores from now on. No more mysterious boxes or strange objects with murky origins. I've had enough adventure and terror to last a lifetime. I still can't believe how close I came to disaster, all because of a $5 impulse purchase on a sunny Saturday morning. Life really can change in an instant. I'm beyond grateful that I reached out for help when I did. I shudder to think how this could have ended if I had just tossed that box in a closet and forgotten about it. So, yeah, that's my insane story of how I accidentally bought weapons-grade uranium at a yard sale. Definitely not an experience I ever want to repeat. I'm just thankful to be alive and healthy. But man, I don't think I'll ever look at a garage sale the same way again. I'd spent weeks sorting through old clothes, books, and knickknacks, carefully arranging everything on folding tables in my front yard. The weather was perfect, sunny but not too hot. People started showing up right at 8 a.m. when we opened. There was a cheerful buzz of conversation as folks browsed and haggled over prices. Around 10:30, I was in the middle of selling an old lamp to Mrs. Johnson from down the street when I heard it, a deep, menacing growl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I turned to see an enormous dog, some kind of mastiff mix, barreling across the street straight towards us. Its eyes were wild, mouth open and drooling. This was no friendly neighborhood pup out for a stroll. Before I could even process what was happening, the dog lunged at the nearest table, sending dishes and knickknacks flying. The crash of breaking pottery mixed with screams as people scrambled to get out of the way. I stood there frozen, clutching the lamp to my chest like a shield. The dog whirled around, snarling and snapping at anyone who came close. It was like a furry wrecking ball, knocking over tables and scattering my carefully arranged items across the lawn. I watched in horror as a box of old stuffed animals burst open, and the dog began violently shaking a teddy bear, disemboweling it in seconds. That's when I spotted little Milo, my neighbor's Yorkie, cowering under a chair. The mastiff saw him too and charged. I don't know what came over me, but I dropped the lamp and dove for Milo, scooping him up just as the big dog's jaws snapped shut where he'd been hiding. I cradled the trembling Yorkie to my chest and backpedaled as fast as I could. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything except the blood rushing in my ears. I stumbled and nearly fell, which seemed to excite the dog even more. It lunged at me, mouth open wide enough that I could see every razor-sharp tooth. I squeezed my eyes shut and turned away, certain I was about to feel those teeth sink into my flesh. But the attack never came. Instead, I heard a man's pained yell. I opened my eyes to see Mr. Roberts from 3 houses down grappling with the dog. He must have jumped in to protect me. The dog had latched onto his forearm and was shaking it violently. Blood was already soaking through Mr. Roberts' shirt sleeve. Everything happened so fast after that. People were shouting and running in all directions. Someone was on the phone with 911. Mrs. Johnson was sobbing hysterically, and that massive dog was still thrashing around, dragging poor Mr. Roberts by the arm like he weighed nothing. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard an anguished cry. "Max, no!" A man I didn't recognize came sprinting down the street, red-faced and out of breath. He was waving his arms and yelling the dog's name over and over. The dog, Max apparently, immediately let go of Mr. Roberts and turned towards the voice. For a split second, I thought maybe this was the end of the rampage. But then Max charged at his owner, knocking the man flat on his back. They struggled on the ground, a tangle of limbs and fur. I couldn't tell if the dog was attacking or just overly excited to see his owner. Either way, it was a terrifying sight. Somehow, the owner managed to get control. He wrapped his arms around Max's neck in a bear hug, using his body weight to pin the dog down. Max thrashed and snarled, but couldn't break free. "Someone get me a leash, a rope, anything," the man yelled. My next-door neighbor, Tom, ran over with an extension cord. Working together, they managed to fashion a makeshift restraint. Only then did I feel safe enough to look around and survey the damage. It was like a tornado had touched down in my front yard. Overturned tables, shattered dishes, clothes and books strewn everywhere. Mr. Roberts was sitting on the curb, pale and shaky, while someone wrapped a towel around his bleeding arm. Milo was still trembling in my arms, but seemed unharmed, and that's when I noticed the silence. The cheerful buzz of the yard sale had been replaced by shocked murmurs and quiet sobs. The police and an ambulance arrived a few minutes later. They took statements and tended to Mr. Roberts' wounds. Animal control came for Max, who was still straining against his makeshift leash and growling at anyone who came close. As they loaded the dog into their van, I overheard the owner talking to the police. Apparently, Max had never shown signs of aggression before. The owner had been doing yard work and accidentally left the gate unlatched. When the mailman came by, Max bolted out and nobody could catch him. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, trying to clean up the mess and process what had happened. Neighbors stopped by to help and check on me. Everyone kept saying how lucky we were that nobody was killed or more seriously injured. And they were right, of course. But I couldn't shake the image of those snapping jaws, the sound of Mr. Roberts' scream, the sheer terror of those few minutes. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Max charging towards me. I kept imagining what would have happened if Mr. Roberts hadn't intervened, or if I hadn't grabbed Milo in time. The what-ifs were endless and terrifying. In the days that followed, I learned more about what happened to Max. The poor dog had to be put down due to the severity of the attack. His owner was devastated and kept apologizing to everyone involved. Mr. Roberts needed stitches and antibiotics, but was otherwise okay. He even joked that he'd always wanted a cool scar to show off. It's been weeks now, and I'm still jumpy around large dogs. The sound of a bark in the distance is enough to make my heart race. I've started seeing a therapist to work through the trauma. She says it's normal to feel this way and that it will get better with time. I've talked to my neighbors about organizing a community meeting to discuss pet safety. We're thinking about pushing for stricter leash laws and maybe offering free obedience classes for dog owners in the area. It won't undo what happened, but maybe it can prevent something like this from happening again. Looking back, it's hard to believe how quickly a normal day turned into such a nightmare. One minute I was selling an old lamp, and the next I was fighting for my life. It just goes to show how unpredictable life can be. I'm grateful that things weren't worse, but I don't think I'll ever forget the day a simple yard sale turned into a scene from a horror movie. And you can bet I won't be hosting another yard sale anytime soon. Some risks just aren't worth taking. I never thought I'd witness something so cruel and heartbreaking in my own neighborhood. It was a sunny Saturday morning, and I had decided to take a walk around the block to enjoy the nice weather. As I strolled down Oak Street, I noticed Mr. Johnson, our sweet elderly neighbor, setting up for a yard sale in front of his house. I waved hello as I passed by, and he gave me a warm smile in return. Mr. Johnson had lived on our street for decades. His wife passed away a few years ago, and he'd been on his own ever since. Everyone in the neighborhood looked out for him, helping with yard work or bringing over meals. He was always so kind and grateful. Seeing him out and about that morning made me happy. I knew the yard sale must have taken a lot of effort for him to organize at his age. I continued on my walk, planning to stop by the sale on my way back to see if there was anything interesting. About 20 minutes later, as I rounded the corner back onto Oak Street, I heard raised voices and commotion coming from the direction of Mr. Johnson's house. My heart started racing as I quickened my pace, sensing something was very wrong. As I got closer, I saw a group of teenage boys, maybe 5 or 6 of them, surrounding Mr. Johnson's yard sale tables. They were laughing and shouting, carelessly knocking items onto the ground. My blood ran cold as I watched one of them deliberately push an entire table over, sending everything crashing onto the driveway. "Hey, stop that!" I yelled, breaking into a run. But they either didn't hear me or didn't care. I was still about half a block away when I saw Mr. Johnson emerge from his garage, likely drawn out by the noise. He looked so frail and confused as he confronted the group of rowdy teens. I could see his mouth moving, probably asking them to leave, but I couldn't make out the words. What happened next is seared into my memory forever. One of the bigger kids roughly shoved Mr. Johnson, sending him stumbling backward. As the old man tried to steady himself, another boy snatched something off a nearby table, a small porcelain figurine. "No, please," I heard Mr. Johnson cry out. "That was my wife's." The teen just laughed and held it up tauntingly. Then, to my horror, he threw it forcefully onto the concrete driveway. It shattered into dozens of pieces at Mr. Johnson's feet. I'll never forget the look of anguish on that poor man's face. It was like watching his heart break all over again. He fell to his knees, desperately trying to gather up the broken shards. The teens just stood there laughing at him. By this point, I was screaming at the top of my lungs for them to stop, for someone to help. A few other neighbors had come out of their houses, drawn by the commotion, but we were all too stunned to act quickly enough. As Mr. Johnson knelt there crying over the remnants of his wife's memento, one of the teens kicked him hard in the side. He cried out in pain and crumpled to the ground. And then, God, I can barely stand to recall it, they all started kicking and hitting him as he lay there. It couldn't have lasted more than 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. I was running as fast as I could, my legs burning, but I still couldn't reach him in time. By the time myself and a couple other neighbors got there, the teens had taken off running down the street. Mr. Johnson was curled up in a fetal position, whimpering in pain. His nose was bleeding and his clothes were torn. The driveway around him was littered with the broken remains of his belongings, a lifetime of memories scattered and ruined. I knelt beside him, gently touching his shoulder. "Mr. Johnson, can you hear me? Help is coming, just hold on." His eyes were squeezed shut, tears streaming down his battered face. I felt utterly helpless. Someone had called 911, and we could hear sirens approaching in the distance. A crowd of shocked neighbors had gathered, many of them crying. One woman brought out a blanket to cover Mr. Johnson. Another started carefully sweeping up the broken pieces of the figurine, saving them in case they could be repaired. When the ambulance and police finally arrived, they quickly loaded Mr. Johnson onto a stretcher. As they carried him to the ambulance, his eyes fluttered open for a moment. He looked right at me and in a weak voice said, "Why? Why would they do this?" I had no answer for him. I just held his hand and told him he was safe now, that everything would be okay. But the truth is, I knew things would never be okay again, not really. Something precious had been destroyed that day, and no amount of mending could fully repair it. The police took statements from all of us who had witnessed the attack. They promised to do everything they could to find the teens responsible. But I knew the chances were slim. They had disappeared so quickly, and in the chaos, none of us had gotten a good look at their faces. In the days that followed, our community rallied around Mr. Johnson. We cleaned up the mess from the yard sale and salvaged what we could. People took turns visiting him in the hospital, bringing flowers and cards. A local jeweler even offered to try to piece the broken figurine back together. But despite all the love and support, Mr. Johnson was never quite the same after that day. The physical wounds healed, but the emotional scars ran deep. He became withdrawn and fearful, rarely venturing outside anymore. The light seemed to have gone out of his eyes. It's been months now, and I still lie awake at night replaying that terrible scene in my mind. I'm haunted by the sound of Mr. Johnson's cries, by the sight of those cruel boys laughing as they destroyed an old man's world. I'm tormented by the guilt of not being able to stop it, of not reaching him in time. But most of all, I'm haunted by that unanswerable question. Why? Why would anyone, especially young people with their whole lives ahead of them, choose to inflict such senseless pain on a defenseless elderly person? What could drive them to such depths of cruelty? I don't think I'll ever understand it. All I know is that on that sunny Saturday morning, I witnessed the darkest side of humanity, and nothing, not time, not justice, not even forgiveness, can ever fully erase the memory of that darkness. I often find myself walking past Mr. Johnson's house, hoping to see him out in the yard again, tending to his flowers or waving to passers-by. But the curtains always remain drawn, the porch empty. It's as if the house itself is in mourning, a silent testament to the day that changed everything. Sometimes I leave flowers or a card on the doorstep, just to let him know he's not forgotten. I don't know if he ever sees them, but I keep doing it, clinging to the hope that someday, somehow, the wounds will heal and Mr. Johnson will find his way back to the light. Until then, all I can do is share this story as a warning and a plea, a warning about the devastating impact of cruelty, especially towards the vulnerable, and a plea for kindness, empathy, and protection of those who can't protect themselves. Because the truth is, none of us who witnessed that day will ever be the same. We carry the weight of it with us always, a burden of sorrow, of anger, of helplessness. It's a weight I wouldn't wish on anyone. So if you're reading this, I beg you, be kind. Stand up against cruelty whenever you see it. Protect the vulnerable, and never, ever underestimate the lasting damage that can be done in just a few moments of senseless violence. For Mr. Johnson, for all the Mr. Johnsons out there, and for the sake of our own humanity, we must do better. We must be better, because the alternative is too painful to bear. It was a crisp autumn morning in Dyersburg, Tennessee. The leaves were turning golden, and there was a slight chill in the air. I remember waking up early to the sound of car doors slamming and people chatting. Karen was having her annual yard sale, and the whole neighborhood was buzzing with activity. I decided to head over and see if I could find any bargains. As I walked across the street, I saw Karen arranging some old lamps on a folding table. She looked up and waved, her smile as warm as ever. "Morning, neighbor. Come see what treasures I've got for you today," she called out. We chatted for a bit as I browsed through her items. Karen seemed off, not her usual bubbly self. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes, and she kept glancing over her shoulder. I wanted to ask if everything was okay, but I hesitated. We weren't close friends, just friendly neighbors. As the day went on, more people came and went. I noticed Karen's husband, David, lurking around the edges of the yard. He wasn't helping with the sale, just watching. The tension between them was palpable. I knew they were going through a divorce, but I'd never seen them act so cold towards each other before. Around noon, I headed back home to make lunch. The last time I saw Karen, she was wrapping up the sale, packing unsold items into boxes. She looked exhausted, both physically and emotionally. I waved goodbye, not knowing it would be the last time I'd ever see her. That evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a commotion outside. Blue and red lights were flashing through my curtains. I peeked out to see several police cars parked in front of Karen's house. My heart sank. Something was terribly wrong. I threw on a robe and hurried outside. Other neighbors were gathering, whispering and speculating. An officer approached us and asked if anyone had seen Karen. My blood ran cold as I realized she was missing. The next few days were a blur of police interviews and search parties. The whole community came together, combing through fields, woods, and abandoned buildings. But Karen was nowhere to be found. It was like she had vanished into thin air. Weeks turned into months, and hope began to fade. Then, in early December, the news we had all been dreading finally came. Karen's body had been found in a remote area, partially hidden under some wood and debris. The police revealed she had been brutally murdered, beaten to death. The shock and grief that rippled through our tight-knit community were overwhelming. How could this happen to Karen? She was a devoted mother, always involved in school activities and community events. Who would want to hurt her? Suspicion immediately fell on David. Their divorce had been messy, and rumors of domestic issues had been circulating for months. But without concrete evidence, the police couldn't make an arrest. The frustration and anger in the community grew as days, then weeks, then months passed without any resolution. I couldn't stop replaying that last day in my mind. Had I missed something? Should I have said something when I noticed Karen acting strange? The guilt ate away at me, even though logically I knew there was nothing I could have done. As time went on, life in Dyersburg tried to return to normal, but there was an undercurrent of fear and suspicion that never quite went away. Every time I walked past Karen's house, now empty and silent, I felt a chill run down my spine. The memories of that day, of Karen's smile and the sound of her voice, haunted me. Years have passed now, and Karen's case remains unsolved. But we haven't forgotten. Every year on the anniversary of her disappearance, the community comes together for a candlelight vigil. We share memories of Karen, remind each other of the good times, and silently hope that someday we'll get answers. I've struggled with whether to share this story or not. It feels almost disrespectful to Karen's memory to put it out there like this. But I also feel like people need to know what happened. Karen deserves justice, and her family deserves closure. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring out my window at Karen's old house. I swear I can still see her there, arranging items for her yard sale, waving and smiling. Then I blink, and she's gone, leaving me with nothing but questions and a deep, aching sadness. I don't know if we'll ever know the full truth of what happened to Karen Swift, but I do know that her story has changed me forever. It's a stark reminder that even in the safest seeming places, darkness can lurk just beneath the surface. And it's a call to action, to look out for our neighbors, to speak up when something doesn't feel right, and to never give up the fight for justice. To Karen, wherever you are, we haven't forgotten you. We're still fighting for you, and we won't rest until the truth comes to light. I spent the week leading up to the sale organizing items, pricing everything, and posting flyers around the neighborhood. When Saturday rolled around, I woke up early, made a big pot of coffee, and started hauling boxes out to the driveway. By 7 a.m., I had everything set up: old furniture, kitchen appliances, clothes, books, you name it. The first couple hours were pretty slow, just a few neighbors browsing, but around 10, things started picking up. I was chatting with an elderly couple about an antique lamp when I noticed a man lingering near the back of the driveway. He caught my eye and gave me an odd smile that made me feel uneasy, but I brushed it off. This was a public event after all. All sorts of people were bound to show up. As the morning went on, I kept noticing the man hovering around. He'd pick up random items, examine them closely, then put them back down. At one point, I saw him rifling through a box of old clothes, sniffing some of the garments. It was strange behavior, but I told myself he was probably just an eccentric bargain hunter. Around noon, things slowed down again. Most of the early birds had come and gone, leaving just a couple people milling about. I was exhausted from being on my feet all morning, so I decided to run inside for a quick bathroom break and to grab some water. I asked the woman looking at picture frames if she wouldn't mind keeping an eye on things for a minute. I couldn't have been gone more than 3 or 4 minutes, but when I came back outside, my heart dropped. The driveway was completely empty, no customers, and no creepy lingering guy. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking maybe they had all just left while I was inside. But then I noticed my cash box was missing from the table where I'd left it. Panic set in as I realized what had happened. I ran to the street, looking up and down for any sign of the man, but he was long gone. I felt sick to my stomach. Not only had he stolen all the money I'd made that day, probably close to 200, but he'd also taken my house keys, which I stupidly left in the cash box. With shaking hands, I called the police to report the theft. While I waited for them to arrive, I tried to calm myself down. It was just some cash and keys, right? I could get the locks changed. But something about the whole situation left me deeply unsettled. The police came and took my statement, but didn't seem very optimistic about catching the guy. They said there had been a string of similar thefts at garage sales around Fort Worth lately. They advised me to be more careful in the future and left. I spent the rest of the afternoon packing everything back up, jumping at every little noise. As the sun started to set, I brought the last few boxes into the garage. I was locking up when I heard footsteps on the driveway behind me. I whirled around to see the man from earlier standing there grinning at me. "Forget something?" he asked in a low voice, dangling my keys. I screamed and ran for the house, slamming and locking the door behind me. I could hear him laughing outside as I fumbled for my phone to call 911 again. By the time the police arrived 10 minutes later, he was gone. But this time, they took the situation much more seriously. Over the next few days, I learned the full horrifying story. The man's name was Mark Eldridge, and he had been terrorizing women at garage sales all over Fort Worth for months. He would scope out sales run by women who appeared to be alone, then rob them when they were vulnerable. In some cases, he had even assaulted his victims. I was lucky to have gotten away with just a robbery. But knowing how close I had come to something much worse haunted me. I couldn't sleep for weeks, always imagining I heard someone trying to get in. My husband insisted we get an alarm system installed. I was jumpy and paranoid any time I was home alone. The police launched a massive hunt for Eldridge. His face was plastered all over the local news. The entire community was on edge, with many people canceling planned garage sales out of fear. It felt like nowhere was safe anymore. Finally, about a month after my encounter, there was a break in the case. A woman recognized Eldridge at a gas station and called the police. They cornered him trying to flee and arrested him after a brief standoff. When they searched his home, they found mountains of stolen goods, everything from jewelry to electronics to children's toys. But most disturbing were the detailed journals where he had meticulously planned out his attacks, along with souvenirs he had taken from his victims. My stomach turned when I heard they had found some of my clothes that had gone missing from the sale. Eldridge was charged with multiple counts of robbery, assault, and attempted kidnapping. He eventually pled guilty and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. But even knowing he was locked away, I still didn't feel safe. It's been almost 5 years now, and I still have nightmares about that day sometimes. I've never had another garage sale, and I don't think I ever will. The trauma and fear from that experience have stayed with me. Every time I see a flyer for a local sale, I want to warn people about the dangers lurking in what should be an innocent activity. I know rationally that what happened to me was rare, that most garage sales are perfectly safe, but I can't shake the memory of Eldridge's face or the sound of his laughter as he taunted me with my own keys. It's a reminder that evil can appear in the most mundane places when we least expect it. I'm sharing my story now as a warning to others. Please, if you're having a garage sale, don't do it alone. Have a friend or family member there with you. Keep your valuables secure. Be aware of anyone acting suspiciously. It might seem paranoid, but it's better to be cautious than to go through what I and so many other women in Fort Worth experienced. The garage sale stalker may be in prison now, but the fear he instilled in our community lives on. I hope that by speaking out, I can help prevent anyone else from becoming a victim like I was. Stay safe out there and trust your instincts if something doesn't feel right. You never know when a simple yard sale could turn into a nightmare. Last winter, I decided to take a solo hunting trip to this remote valley I'd heard about from some other outdoorsmen. I'm pretty experienced with wilderness survival and I love pushing my limits, so the idea of spending a week alone in the backcountry during the coldest part of the year really appealed to me. I packed up my gear, warm layers, camping equipment, my hunting rifle, emergency supplies, the works. The drive out there took about 4 hours from my place, winding through increasingly rural areas until I hit the unmarked dirt road that led to the trailhead. There were no other cars in the small gravel lot when I arrived, which didn't surprise me given how isolated this spot was. The hike in was tough going. There was about a foot of snow on the ground, and the trail wasn't well maintained. I had to consult my map frequently to make sure I was still on track. But after a few hours of trudging through the silent, snow-covered forest, I made it to the valley I was aiming for. It was stunning, a narrow V-shaped valley hemmed in by steep, forested slopes. A half-frozen creek ran along the bottom. I found a decent spot to set up camp on a small rise near the creek, giving me a good view of the surrounding area. Over the next few days, I alternated between hunting trips further up the valley and working on wilderness skills around my camp. It was on the 4th day that things took a turn. I'd gotten an early start that morning, hoping to track a deer I'd spotted signs of the previous evening. The sun was just starting to peek over the ridge as I made my way up a narrow side trail, my breath frosting in the frigid air. That's when I saw him. About 50 yards ahead of me on the trail stood a man, but not just any man. This guy looked wild. His clothes were tattered and filthy. His hair and beard were long and matted. He was rail-thin, almost emaciated, and in his hands he held an AR-15 style rifle. My blood ran cold. Everything about this situation felt wrong. We were miles from any road or town. I hadn't seen another soul in days. And now here was this feral-looking guy with a semi-automatic weapon just standing there in the middle of the trail. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other. He didn't move a muscle, didn't say a word, just fixed me with this intense, unblinking gaze that made my skin crawl. My mind was racing. Was he some kind of survivalist? A fugitive? Someone who'd gotten lost and gone feral? I had no idea, but every instinct was screaming at me that this guy was dangerous. Slowly, carefully, I started to back away. I kept my eyes locked on him, terrified that any sudden movement might set him off. But he just stood there, watching me retreat. When I'd put about 100 yards between us, I turned and started moving faster, my heart pounding in my chest. I half expected to hear gunshots ring out at any moment, but there was only silence. I didn't stop until I got back to my campsite. I quickly packed up my essential gear, leaving the rest behind. All I could think about was getting the hell out of there. The hike back to my car was a blur. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. Every snapping twig or rustle in the underbrush made me jump. It wasn't until I was in my car with the doors locked that I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. As soon as I had cell service again, I called the local sheriff's office to report what I'd seen. They took my statement, but didn't seem overly concerned. Said they'd send a deputy out to check the area in the next day or two. I never heard anything back from them. I tried following up a few times in the weeks after, but always got brushed off. Eventually I gave up. It's been months now, and I still can't shake the memory of that encounter. The image of that wild man is burned into my brain. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced he's standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me with those intense eyes. I've gone over it again and again in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Was he real? A hallucination brought on by isolation and the harsh conditions? Some kind of forest spirit or cryptid? I just don't know. What I do know is that I'll never go back to that valley again. Something was fundamentally wrong about that whole situation. It felt like I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see, like I'd crossed some invisible boundary into a place where the normal rules don't apply. I used to love solo trips into the wilderness, prided myself on my ability to survive in harsh conditions. But now I can barely bring myself to go camping in established campgrounds. That encounter changed something in me, shook my confidence in a way I can't fully explain. I keep wondering, what if I'd arrived at that spot on the trail just a few minutes earlier or later? Would I have ever known he was there? How long had he been watching me before I spotted him that morning? And what would have happened if I'd tried to approach him instead of backing away? These questions haunt me. I find myself obsessively researching missing persons cases in that area, looking for any connections. So far, I haven't found anything concrete, but I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story, that maybe I'm not the only one who's had a run-in with the wild man of the valley. I don't know if sharing this will help me process what happened or just make me sound crazy, but I needed to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe there's an explanation I'm missing. Or maybe it'll serve as a warning to other solo hikers and hunters. Be careful out there. You never know what you might encounter in the deep wilderness. All I know for sure is that I'll never forget those eyes staring at me across that snowy trail. And I'll never feel truly safe in the woods again. I'd been trekking for hours through the snow-covered trails. enjoying the solitude. The forest was eerily quiet, with just the crunch of my boots and my own breath breaking the silence. As the afternoon wore on, I started looking for a good spot to set up camp for the night. That's when I saw it through the trees, an old campsite that looked long abandoned. At first I was relieved. A clearing would make setting up my tent easier, but as I got closer, something felt off. The campsite was a mess, with gear and supplies scattered everywhere like someone had left in a hurry. Sleeping bags, cookware, even clothes were strewn about haphazardly. It was strange. Who would leave behind so much expensive camping equipment? What really caught my eye, though, were the logs surrounding the fire pit. They'd been chopped in a bizarre way I'd never seen before. Not clean cuts, but jagged and splintered as if torn apart by some incredible force. My skin started to prickle as I examined them. No normal axe could do that. But the thing that made my blood run cold was the cage. Tucked back near the edge of the clearing was a large metal structure, about 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide. It looked like some kind of animal cage, but I couldn't figure out how anything could get in or out. There was no door, no openings of any kind, just solid metal bars all the way around. I circled it slowly, my heart pounding. What the hell was this thing for? And how did they even get it out here? We were miles from any road. The Forest Service didn't use anything like this that I knew of. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I suddenly became aware of how dark it was getting. The sun was sinking fast behind the mountains. I knew I should keep moving and find another campsite, but exhaustion was setting in after a long day of hiking, and a nagging part of my brain kept insisting I needed to figure out what happened here. So against my better judgment, I decided to set up camp for the night. I chose a spot as far from the cage as possible while still staying in the clearing. As I went about my usual routine, pitching the tent, gathering firewood, heating up dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. My eyes kept darting to the shadows at the edge of the firelight, half expecting to see something watching me. I tried to rationalize it, probably just some campers who had to leave in a hurry due to bad weather or an injury. The Forest Service would come clean it up eventually. But if that was the case, why did it feel like the hairs on the back of my neck were constantly standing up? As night fully settled in, the forest came alive with sounds. The hooting of an owl made me jump. Branches creaking in the wind suddenly seemed ominous. I found myself straining to identify every little noise, wondering if it was just normal forest sounds or something else. I barely slept that night. Every time I started to drift off, some sound would jerk me awake again. A twig snapping, leaves rustling. Once I could have sworn I heard the metallic clang of something hitting the cage. But when I peeked out of the tent, I saw nothing. The worst was around 3 a.m. I was lying there, wide awake, when I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps crunching through the snow. They seemed to circle the campsite slowly, getting closer and then farther away. I held my breath, heart racing, convinced that at any moment something was going to burst through the thin fabric of my tent. But after what felt like an eternity, the sounds faded away. When the first rays of dawn finally started to lighten the sky, I was already packed up and ready to go. I practically ran out of that clearing, not even bothering with breakfast. I just wanted to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. It wasn't until I was miles away that I started to calm down and think clearly again. I knew I had to report what I'd found to the Forest Service. When I finally got cell signal, I called the ranger station and described the abandoned campsite and strange cage. The ranger I spoke to didn't seem too concerned. He said they'd send someone out to check it out and clean up the site. When I pressed about the weird cage, he suggested it might be some kind of wildlife research equipment that a university had left behind. His calm demeanor made me feel a little silly for getting so worked up. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that place. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, convinced I can hear those slow, heavy footsteps circling my house. I've tried to go back a few times, to prove to myself it was all in my head. But every time I get near that area of the forest, panic sets in, and I have to turn back. I don't know what really happened at that campsite. Maybe it was nothing, just my imagination running wild in the dark, lonely forest. But a part of me can't help but wonder, what if it wasn't? What if there really was something out there that night, circling my tent? And what was that cage really for? I used to love solo hiking, the peace and solitude of being alone in nature. But now I stick to popular, well-traveled trails, and I always make sure I'm back before dark, because the thought of spending another night alone in those woods, with who knows what lurking in the shadows, that's a fear I never want to face again. We arrived at our campsite just as an unexpected snowstorm was rolling in. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned anything about this level of snowfall, but we figured we'd be safe and cozy in our RV. As the snow began to pile up outside, we settled in for the night, thinking we'd wake up to a winter wonderland. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a rumbling sound that seemed to shake the entire earth. At first, I thought it was thunder, but as I became more alert, I realized with horror that it was an avalanche. The sound was deafening, like a freight train barreling down the mountain. I quickly woke my wife, and we huddled together in the center of the RV, praying that we wouldn't be swept away. The rumbling seemed to go on forever, though it was probably only a minute or two. When it finally stopped, we cautiously peeked out the window. The landscape had completely transformed. Where there had been trees and open spaces, now there were massive piles of snow and debris. Our RV was thankfully still intact, but we were surrounded by the aftermath of the avalanche. We were still trying to process what had just happened when another rumbling started. This time, it was coming from a different direction. Before we could even react, a second avalanche hit. The RV rocked violently, and for a moment, I thought we might tip over. I held onto my wife tightly, both of us trembling with fear. As the second avalanche subsided, we heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a scream, not just any scream, but the most horrifying, blood-curdling sound I've ever heard in my life. It was raw, primal, and filled with absolute terror. The scream echoed through the mountains, seeming to bounce off the newly formed snowbanks. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the scream stopped. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the scream itself. My wife and I looked at each other, both of us pale and shaking. We knew, without a doubt, that we had just heard someone's final moments. "We have to help," my wife whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, even though every fiber of my being wanted to stay put in the relative safety of our RV. But the thought of someone out there, possibly buried under the snow, spurred us into action. We quickly put on our warmest clothes and grabbed our emergency gear. As we stepped outside, the cold hit us like a physical blow. The snow was up to our knees, and the landscape was barely recognizable. Everything was covered in a thick blanket of white, with trees uprooted and boulders strewn about like toys. We called out, hoping to hear a response, but our voices seemed to be swallowed up by the snow. The only sound was the wind whistling through the newly formed gaps in the trees. We trudged through the snow, our eyes scanning desperately for any sign of movement or color that might indicate a person. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 30 minutes, we realized we were ill-equipped to conduct any kind of meaningful search. The area affected by the avalanches was vast, and we had no idea where to even begin looking. Plus, the danger of another avalanche loomed over us. Every small sound made us jump, fearing it was the start of another devastating slide. We reluctantly made our way back to the RV, feeling helpless and guilty. As we approached, we noticed lights in the distance, another campsite that we hadn't been aware of before. Hope surged through us. Maybe they had heard something too, or maybe they had better equipment to help with the search. We made our way towards the lights, which turned out to be coming from a small cabin with an ATV parked outside. We knocked on the door, our hearts pounding. After a moment, a gruff-looking man opened the door, surprise evident on his face. "We need help," I blurted out, my words tumbling over each other as I explained about the avalanches and the scream we'd heard. The man, who introduced himself as Mike, listened with a grim expression. "I heard the avalanches," he said, "but no scream." "Are you sure about what you heard?" My wife and I exchanged glances. "We're sure," she said firmly. It was awful, like nothing I've ever heard before." Mike nodded slowly. "I've got a satellite phone. I'll call emergency services. But in this weather, it might take them a while to get here." As Mike made the call, my wife and I sat in his small cabin, sipping hot coffee and trying to warm up. The adrenaline was starting to wear off, and I found myself shaking uncontrollably. My wife wasn't much better, her face pale and her eyes distant. Mike came back after a few minutes. "They're sending a search and rescue team, but it'll be at least a few hours before they can get here. The storms made the roads nearly impassable." We nodded, feeling a mix of relief that help was coming and dread at the thought of someone potentially trapped out there for hours more. Mike offered to let us stay in his cabin until the rescue team arrived, which we gratefully accepted. As we waited, I couldn't shake the memory of that scream from my mind. It played over and over, each time sending chills down my spine. I've heard people scream in movies and on TV, but this was different. This was real, raw fear and pain. It was the sound of someone facing something truly terrifying. The hours crawled by. Mike tried to distract us with stories about his life in the mountains, but neither my wife nor I could focus. Our eyes kept drifting to the window, watching the snow continue to fall and wondering if another avalanche might come. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we heard the distant sound of helicopters. Mike went outside to guide them in, and soon the small clearing outside his cabin was filled with rescue workers and equipment. We recounted our story to the team leader, a no-nonsense woman named Claire. She listened intently, her face serious. "We'll do a thorough search of the area," she assured us. "But I have to warn you, with the amount of snow that's come down, if someone was caught in those avalanches." She didn't need to finish the sentence. We knew what she meant. The chances of survival were slim to none. The search went on for hours. My wife and I stayed at Mike's cabin, watching as teams of rescuers combed through the transformed landscape. Every now and then, a shout would go up, and our hearts would leap, only to sink again when it turned out to be a false alarm. As the day wore on, the reality of the situation began to set in. The rescue team found no sign of anyone caught in the avalanches. No equipment, no clothing, nothing to indicate that anyone had been out there besides us and Mike. "Are you absolutely certain about the scream you heard?" Claire asked us again, her voice gentle but probing. Sometimes, in stressful situations, our minds can play tricks on us. But we were sure. That scream had been real. It had to have been. As the sun began to set, Claire called off the search. "We'll come back tomorrow to do one final sweep," she told us, "but I'm afraid we haven't found any evidence to support your story." We nodded numbly, too exhausted and confused to argue. The rescue team packed up and left, leaving us alone with Mike once again. That night, as we tried to sleep in Mike's spare room, I found myself replaying the events in my mind. The rumble of the avalanche, the violent shaking of our RV, and that scream, that terrible, haunting scream. Had we imagined it? But how could both of us have the same hallucination? In the days that followed, as we waited for the roads to clear so we could leave, we helped Mike and some of the rescue team members survey the damage from the avalanches. The landscape was utterly changed. Entire swaths of forest had been flattened. Boulders the size of cars had been moved like pebbles, and the contours of the land itself had been reshaped. Standing there, looking out over the destruction, I was struck by the raw power of nature. In just a few moments, everything had changed, and somewhere in the midst of all that chaos, someone or something had screamed. A scream that would haunt my dreams for years to come. We never found out what caused that scream. The final search turned up nothing, and eventually we had to leave the mountains behind. But the memory of that night stayed with us. Sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear an echo of that scream, a reminder of the night when nature unleashed its fury and left us with an unsolved mystery. To this day, I can't explain what happened up there in the San Juan Mountains. Was it just our imagination, fueled by fear and adrenaline? Or did we really hear someone's last moments? I don't know if I'll ever have an answer, but one thing's for sure. I'll never forget the night of the avalanches and the scream that came from nowhere. I've hiked the Pacific Crest Trail between Echo Lake and Donner Pass more times than I can count, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened on my last trip. It was supposed to be a fun 5-day trek with my two best friends, Jake and Mike. We'd been planning it for months, meticulously packing our gear and plotting our route. The excitement was palpable as we set out that crisp autumn morning. The first couple of days were everything we'd hoped for. The views were breathtaking, crystal clear alpine lakes, towering pines, and rugged granite peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. We pushed ourselves hard, covering 15-20 miles a day. Our muscles ached, but it was that good kind of soreness that comes from challenging yourself in nature. On the third night, we made camp near a secluded meadow. As we sat around the fire, Jake pulled out a small bag of mushrooms with a mischievous grin. "Anyone up for a little adventure?" he asked. Mike and I exchanged glances. We'd all done shrooms before, but never out in the wilderness like this. After some half-hearted protests, we decided to go for it. "When in Rome," I remember saying as I chewed the earthy fungi. At first, everything was magical. The stars seemed to dance overhead, and I felt a deep connection to the forest around us. We laughed and joked, marveling at how the firelight played across the trees. But as the night wore on, things took a dark turn. I was staring into the shadows at the edge of our campsite when I saw it, a figure, barely visible in the gloom. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I focused, I realized it was unmistakably human-shaped. The proportions were all wrong, though. Its neck was twisted at an impossible angle, the head lolling to one side like a broken doll. I blinked hard, trying to shake the hallucination, but when I looked again it was still there. A chill ran down my spine as I watched the figure slowly raise one arm, pointing directly at me with a gnarled finger. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was frozen in place. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, Jake's voice cut through the silence. "Dude, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tore my eyes away from the tree line, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I tried to explain what I'd seen to Jake and Mike, but the words wouldn't come. They chalked it up to a bad trip and did their best to calm me down. Eventually, I managed to fall into a fitful sleep. The next day, we were all a bit on edge. None of us mentioned the events of the previous night, but there was a nervous energy in the air. We hiked in silence for most of the day, pushing ourselves harder than usual. I think we all just wanted to get to our next campsite and put some distance between us and whatever had happened. As night fell on our fourth day, we made camp in a small clearing. The mood was somber as we went about our usual routines, setting up tents, filtering water, preparing dinner. We were all exhausted, both physically and mentally. I remember thinking how glad I was that we only had one more day left on the trail. We were just about to turn in for the night when we heard it, the sound of branches snapping underfoot, coming from the darkness beyond our campfire. We all froze, straining our eyes to see what was approaching. Slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows, and my blood ran cold. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in tattered hiking gear that looked like it had seen better days. But it was his face that made my stomach lurch. Half of his lower jaw was missing, just gone. The remaining teeth and tissue were exposed in a grotesque, permanent grimace. He shuffled towards our fire, and I could hear Jake and Mike's sharp intakes of breath. None of us knew what to do. Running seemed pointless. We were miles from anywhere, and this person clearly knew these woods better than we did. When he spoke, his voice was a wet, gurgling sound that made my skin crawl. "Mind if I warm myself by your fire, boys?" he asked, already lowering himself to the ground. We mumbled our assent, too shocked and scared to do anything else. For a long moment, he just sat there, staring into the flames. Then, without warning, he began to speak. "You boys enjoying your little hike?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the fire. "Seen anything interesting out there in the woods?" I felt my heart rate spike. There was something in his tone, a knowing edge that sent shivers down my spine. Before any of us could respond, he continued. "You know, these woods have a way of showing people things they might not be ready to see." His remaining eye flicked up, meeting mine for a split second. "Things that can't be unseen." Jake, always the bravest of us, found his voice. "What do you mean?" he asked, his tone wavering slightly. The stranger's ruined mouth twisted into what might have been a smile. "Oh, you know, strange sights, impossible things, figures in the dark that shouldn't be there." He paused, and I swear I saw him wink at me. "The kind of things that might appear to someone who's been indulging in nature's bounty, if you catch my drift." My blood turned to ice. How could he possibly know about the mushrooms, about what I'd seen? "But that's not the worst of it," he continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "The worst is knowing that while you're out here seeing these things, something out there is seeing you right back." Mike let out a nervous laugh. "Come on, man. You're just trying to scare us, right?" The stranger's head snapped towards Mike, his one good eye gleaming in the firelight. "Am I?" he asked, his voice suddenly hard. "Tell me, boy, when you're lying in your tent at night, do you ever get the feeling that something's watching you? That if you were to unzip that flimsy nylon and peek outside, you'd see something that would shatter your sanity?" We all sat in stunned silence, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the pounding of my own heart in my ears. Because let me tell you, the stranger continued, that feeling, it's not paranoia, it's instinct. And out here, your instincts are the only thing keeping you alive. With that, he stood up abruptly. Well, boys, it's been a pleasure, but I best be on my way. Lots to do before sunrise, you know. He turned to go, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. Oh, and a word of advice? I'd be real careful about where you choose to camp tomorrow night. Some spots out here, well, let's just say they're not too friendly to outsiders. And with that, he melted back into the darkness, leaving us sitting in stunned silence around the dying fire. For a long moment, none of us spoke. Then, as if on cue, we all burst into frantic action. We didn't need to discuss it. We all knew we couldn't stay there. Within minutes, we had broken down camp and packed our bags. I don't think I've ever hiked so fast in my life, especially not in the dark. We walked through the night, our headlamps cutting thin beams through the oppressive darkness. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us jumping. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement just at the edge of my light's reach, but I didn't dare look too closely. As the first light of dawn broke over the mountains, we stumbled out onto the road near Donner Pass. We were exhausted, terrified, and more than a little hysterical. Without a word, we stuck out our thumbs, desperate for a ride back to civilization. It's been months since that trip, and I still have nightmares about it. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe the stranger was just some local trying to scare some city boys. Maybe it was all some extended hallucination from the mushrooms. But deep down, I know that doesn't explain everything. I haven't been back on the trail since then. I'm not sure I ever will, because every time I think about those woods, I can't shake the feeling that something out there is still watching, waiting for me to return. I never thought a simple winter camping trip with my dad could turn into such a terrifying ordeal. We were deep in the forests of Alabama, miles from civilization, when it happened. The memory still sends chills down my spine. It was a frigid January night. Dad and I had driven out to Talladega National Forest for our annual father-son camping trip. We'd been doing this since I was a kid, but now that I was 19, it felt different. More like two adults sharing an adventure than a father teaching his son survival skills. We'd hiked several miles into the backcountry that afternoon, our backpacks heavy with supplies. As the sun began to set, we found a small clearing and set up camp. Dad got a fire going while I pitched our tent. The flames cast flickering shadows on the bare trees surrounding us as we huddled close, sipping hot chocolate and catching up on each other's lives. It must have been around 10 p.m. when we heard it. A faint moaning sound carried on the icy wind. At first, I thought it was just the wind itself, or maybe a far-off animal. But as we listened, it became clear this was a human voice. "You hear that, son?" Dad asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I nodded, feeling a knot of dread form in my stomach. Should we go check it out? Dad hesitated, then nodded grimly. Someone could be hurt out there. We can't just ignore it. We grabbed our flashlights and warm jackets, then set out in the direction of the sound. The beam of my flashlight bounced off the stark white snow as we trudged through the darkness. The moans grew louder as we approached, taking on a distinctly female tone. After about 10 minutes of walking, my light fell on a dark shape half buried in the snow. As we got closer, I realized with horror that it was a woman. She was curled up in a fetal position, her body racked with violent shivers. "Oh my God," I breathed, my heart pounding. Dad rushed forward, kneeling beside her. "Ma'am, can you hear me? Are you hurt?" The woman's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glassy. She mumbled something incoherent, her words slurred. The sharp smell of alcohol hit my nostrils. "She's drunk," I said, stating the obvious. Dad nodded grimly. "And hypothermic. We need to get her warmed up fast." He gently lifted the woman to a sitting position. "Ma'am, what's your name? What happened to you?" Melissa," she stammered through chattering teeth. Tom. He left me. We had a fight." As Dad tried to coax more information out of her, I scanned our surroundings. About 50 yards away, I spotted the dim glow of a dying campfire. "Dad, I think that's their campsite over there," I said, pointing. He nodded. "All right, let's get her back there. Can you walk, Melissa?" She tried to stand, but her legs immediately buckled. Without hesitation, Dad scooped her up in his arms. "Lead the way, son." I guided us towards the campfire, my mind racing. Who was this Tom guy? Why would he abandon his girlfriend in the freezing woods? As we approached the campsite, I saw a 2-person tent and some scattered supplies, but no sign of Tom. Dad gently set Melissa down by the fire, which had burned down to embers. I quickly got to work building it back up, while Dad wrapped Melissa in a sleeping bag from her tent. As warmth from the renewed fire spread over us, Melissa seemed to become more lucid. She looked around in confusion. "Where's Tom?" she asked weakly. "We were hoping you could tell us," Dad said gently. "What happened?" Melissa's face crumpled. "We had a huge fight. I'd had too much to drink. Said some awful things. He stormed off. Said he was going home." She let out a choked sob. "I tried to follow him, but I got lost. Saw your fire in the distance, tried to reach it, then everything went dark. I felt a mixture of pity and anger. How could someone just abandon their partner like that, drunk and alone in the wilderness?" Dad's face was grim. "Well, you're safe now. We'll stay here with you tonight and help you pack up in the morning." I expected Melissa to be relieved, but instead she looked panicked. "No, you can't stay. He might come back. He has a temper. He might hurt you." A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran through me. What kind of guy were we dealing with here? Dad tried to reassure her. "We'll be fine. We're not leaving you alone out here." As if on cue, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond our fire's glow. We all froze, straining to listen. More rustling, getting closer. "Tom?" Melissa called out weakly. No response, just more movement in the underbrush. Dad stood up slowly, positioning himself between us and the sound. "Hello?" he called out. "Anyone there?" The rustling stopped abruptly. An eerie silence fell over the forest. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I wanted to run, to grab Melissa and bolt back to our own campsite. But I was rooted to the spot with fear. Suddenly, a dark figure burst from the trees, charging straight at us. Dad reacted instantly, tackling the person to the ground. They grappled in the snow as Melissa screamed. I snapped out of my paralysis and rushed to help, grabbing a heavy branch from beside the fire. But as I approached ready to swing, I realized the figure wasn't fighting back anymore. Dad rolled the person over, revealing the face of a man in his late 20s. Tom, I presumed. He was completely unconscious. "He reeks of booze," Dad said, checking the man's pulse. "Out cold." Melissa crawled over, her eyes wide with a mixture of concern and fear. "Is he okay?" Dad nodded. "Just passed out drunk. Let's get him in the tent." We managed to haul Tom into the tent, laying him on his side in case he got sick. Melissa hovered anxiously nearby, clearly torn between worry for Tom and fear of his reaction when he woke up. The rest of the night was tense and sleepless. Dad insisted we all stay by the fire, keeping watch in shifts. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread, wondering what would happen when Tom regained consciousness. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, we heard movement from the tent. Tom emerged, looking disoriented and hungover. His eyes widened in confusion when he saw us. "What the hell?" he slurred. "Who are you?" Before we could answer, his gaze fell on Melissa. A storm of emotions crossed his face: relief, guilt, and then anger. "You brought strangers to our camp?" he snarled at her. Dad stepped between them. "Easy there, son. We found your girlfriend half frozen in the woods last night. You're lucky she's alive." Tom's face paled as the implications of his actions sank in. He stumbled back, looking sick. "Oh, God. Mel, I'm so sorry. I was so drunk, I didn't think—" Melissa just stared at him, her expression unreadable. Dad took charge of the situation. "All right, here's what's going to happen. We're going to help you pack up your camp. Then we're all hiking out of here together. I want to make sure you both get to your car safely." Tom nodded meekly, the fight gone out of him. The hike back was awkward and tense. Tom tried several times to talk to Melissa, but she remained coldly silent. I couldn't blame her. When we finally reached the parking area, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Dad insisted on following them to the nearest town to make sure they got home safely. As we watched their car drive away, I turned to my dad. "That was insane. Do you think she'll be okay?" He sighed heavily. "I hope so, son, but that's not a healthy relationship. All we can do is hope she makes the right choice for herself." We drove home in contemplative silence. That camping trip taught me more about human nature than any previous outdoor adventure. I learned that the scariest things in the wilderness aren't always wild animals or harsh weather. Sometimes it's the darkness that lives inside people. I still go camping, but now I always keep my eyes and ears open, not just for natural dangers, but for human ones too. Because you never know when a simple trip into the woods might turn into a life or death situation. I was 16 when it happened. My best friend Emily and I had been begging our parents to let us go camping on our own for months. They finally agreed, probably tired of our constant nagging. We were ecstatic, 2 teenage girls out in the wilderness, no adults to tell us what to do. It felt like the ultimate freedom. We chose a spot by the river, about an hour's drive from our town. It was beautiful. Lush green trees, the sound of water rushing over rocks, birds chirping overhead. We arrived early afternoon and spent a couple hours setting up our tent and campsite. Emily and I were in high spirits, laughing and joking as we worked. As the sun started to set, we got a fire going and roasted hot dogs for dinner. The night was clear and we could see so many stars. It felt magical, like we were the only 2 people in the world. We stayed up late, talking about school drama and our hopes for the future. Around midnight, we finally crawled into our tent, exhausted but happy. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up to the sound of voices. At first I thought I was dreaming, but as I became more alert, I realized there were definitely people talking nearby. I nudged Emily awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded, eyes wide. We peeked out of the tent and saw 2 men standing by our campfire. They looked to be in their 40s or 50s. My heart started racing. What were they doing here in the middle of the night? One of them noticed us and called out, "Hey there, sorry to startle you girls. We're just passing through. Thought we'd warm up by your fire for a bit. Emily and I exchanged nervous glances. Something felt off. The men's tone was friendly enough, but there was an underlying tension I couldn't quite place. That's okay, I said hesitantly. We're about to go back to sleep anyway. Hold on now, the other man said. We just want to chat for a minute. What are two young ladies like yourselves doing out here all alone? A chill ran down my spine. Why did they care? Emily spoke up, her voice shaky. We're just camping for the weekend. Our parents know where we are. The first man nodded slowly. I see. And how long did you say you'd be out here? We didn't say, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Look, it's late and we're tired. Thanks for stopping by, but we're going to get some sleep now. The men exchanged a look I couldn't decipher. All right then, the second one said. You girls have a good night. We might see you around. They walked off into the darkness. Emily and I zipped up the tent, our hands trembling. Should we leave? Emily whispered. I shook my head. It's the middle of the night. Let's just try to get some sleep and we'll head out first thing in the morning. But sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound made me jump. I kept imagining those men lurking just outside our tent. When the first light of dawn finally appeared, I breathed a sigh of relief. We quickly packed up our sleeping bags and were about to take down the tent when we heard voices again. My blood ran cold as I recognized them. The men from last night were back. Good morning, ladies, one of them called out cheerfully. Leaving so soon? Emily and I froze. They were between us and our car. Yeah, we're heading out, I managed to say. Long drive home. The men sauntered closer. I could see them clearly now in the morning light. They were both tall and burly, wearing flannel shirts and worn jeans. One had a thick beard, the other a days-old stubble. No need to rush, Beard Guy said. Why don't you stay and have some breakfast with us? We brought extra food. Every instinct in my body was screaming danger. Thanks, but we really need to get going, I said firmly. Stubble Guy's eyes narrowed. What's the hurry? You girls hiding something? Before we could respond, they started poking around our campsite. Beard Guy unzipped our tent and peered inside, while Stubble Guy rifled through our cooler. Hey, Emily protested, that's our stuff. They ignored her. I grabbed Emily's hand, my mind racing. We needed to get out of there, fast. Found it! Stubble Guy suddenly exclaimed, pulling something out of the cooler. My heart sank as I realized what it was, the small bag of weed we'd brought along to experiment with. Beard Guy tisked. Well, well, what do we have here? You know this is illegal, right? His tone had shifted from friendly to menacing. Looks like we'll need to take you girls in, Stubble Guy said with a smirk. Can't have minors breaking the law out here. Emily started to cry. I squeezed her hand, my mind whirling. These guys weren't cops. This was bad, really bad. Please, I said, my voice shaking. We're sorry. We'll throw it away. Just let us go home. The men exchanged another one of those looks. Beard Guy stepped closer, towering over us. Now why would we do that? I think we need to teach you girls a lesson. In that moment, survival instinct kicked in. I yanked Emily's arm and shouted, Run! We took off sprinting towards the trees, leaving everything behind. I could hear the men cursing and crashing through the underbrush after us. Branches whipped at my face as we ran blindly through the forest. Emily was sobbing but somehow keeping pace beside me. I have no idea how long we ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only 15-20 minutes. Finally, we burst out onto a road. A car was approaching, and I frantically waved it down. An older couple stopped, looking alarmed at our disheveled state. Please help us, I gasped out. Some men, Chasing us. Need to get away." The couple didn't hesitate. They ushered us into their car and sped off. Emily and I huddled in the back seat, shaking uncontrollably. The woman turned to look at us with concern. "What happened to you girls? Should we call the police?" I shook my head vehemently. "No police. Please just take us home." They dropped us off at Emily's house. Her parents were shocked to see us back so soon and in such a state. We made up a story about getting spooked by some animal noises and deciding to leave early. I don't think they fully bought it, but they didn't press us. Emily and I never spoke about what really happened that day. We told our parents we'd lost our camping gear in the river. I still have nightmares sometimes about those men chasing us through the woods. I don't know what would have happened if they'd caught us, and I don't want to think about it. It's been 10 years, and I've never gone camping again. Sometimes I wonder if those men are still out there, prowling campsites, looking for vulnerable young girls. The thought makes me sick to my stomach. I know we were incredibly lucky to escape. Not everyone is. So please, be careful out there. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. And maybe think twice before camping alone in secluded areas. You never know who might be lurking in the shadows. We had arrived at the campsite earlier that day, a group of about 15 teenagers plus our 2 adult chaperones. The forest was beautiful, with towering pines and a crystal-clear stream nearby. We spent the afternoon setting up tents, gathering firewood, and exploring the area. As night fell, we roasted marshmallows around the campfire and told ghost stories. I had decided to sleep in my new camping hammock that night instead of cramming into a tent. It seemed like a great idea at the time, peaceful and cozy, swaying gently between 2 trees at the edge of our campsite. I climbed in around 11 p.m., snuggling into my sleeping bag and drifting off to the sounds of crickets in the nearby stream. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep when I was jolted awake by a strange noise. At first I thought I was dreaming, but as I became more alert, I realized the sound was very real, a low huffing and snuffling coming from right below me. My heart started racing as I lay perfectly still, straining my eyes to see in the darkness. That's when I caught a whiff of a musky animal smell, and then I saw it, a massive dark shape moving in the shadows beneath my hammock. I held my breath, too terrified to move a muscle. The shape shuffled closer, and I could make out the outline of a bear in the dim moonlight filtering through the trees. My mind was reeling. How had a bear gotten into our campsite? We'd been so careful to pack away all our food and trash. Then I remembered, earlier that evening, I'd seen Jake sneaking some chocolate bars into his tent, saying he wanted a midnight snack. That idiot! He must have left them out. And now we were all in danger. The bear was right below me now, so close I could hear its heavy breathing. I was suspended only about 4 feet off the ground in my hammock, far too close for comfort. I wanted desperately to cry out for help, but I was paralyzed with fear. I knew any sudden movement or sound could provoke an attack. Suddenly, I felt something brush against the bottom of my hammock. The bear was standing up, reaching towards me. I could feel its hot breath through the thin fabric. This was it, I thought. I was about to be mauled by a bear while helplessly trapped in a hammock. In that moment of sheer panic, I let out an involuntary shriek of terror. It was like all my fear exploded out of me at once in this ear-piercing scream. The bear dropped back down with a startled grunt, and I heard it shuffling rapidly away from my hammock. My scream had the unintended effect of waking up the entire campsite. Flashlight beams started bobbing around as people emerged from their tents, shouting in confusion. "What's going on?" Is everyone okay? Was that a bear? I was shaking uncontrollably as I called out, "Be bear! There's a bear! It was right under me!" Our group leaders sprang into action, instructing everyone to gather close together and make lots of noise. We all started yelling and banging pots and pans together, creating a cacophony that echoed through the forest. I could see the bear's shape retreating into the trees, apparently scared off by all the commotion. As the adrenaline started to wear off, I became aware that I was drenched in sweat and my legs felt like jelly. I practically fell out of my hammock as I scrambled to join the group. Everyone was wide-eyed and on edge, nervously scanning the tree line for any sign of the bear returning. Our lead chaperone, Mr. Thompson, did a head count to make sure everyone was accounted for. Once he was satisfied we were all safe, he started grilling us about food in the campsite. That's when Jake sheepishly admitted to the chocolate bars in his tent. Mr. Thompson was livid, giving us all a stern lecture about proper food storage in bear country. We spent the next hour securing the campsite, making sure absolutely everything with a scent was either locked in the bear-proof containers or hung high in a tree far from our tents. No one was keen to go back to sleep after that, so we stayed huddled around the rekindled campfire, jumping at every little sound from the forest. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, we were all exhausted but too wired to sleep. Mr. Thompson made the call to pack up and head home early. No one argued. We'd all had more than enough excitement for one camping trip. Looking back, I know how lucky I was. That bear could have easily attacked me in my vulnerable position. If I hadn't screamed when I did, who knows what might have happened. It was a harsh lesson in wilderness safety that I'll never forget. To this day, the memory of those terrifying moments in the hammock still gives me chills. The feeling of utter helplessness as this massive predator loomed beneath me, knowing I was literally suspended like a snack in a wrapper. It seared into my brain. I can still smell that musky animal scent and feel the bear's hot breath. I haven't been camping since that night, to be honest. The thought of sleeping outdoors still makes me anxious. I know the odds of something like that happening again are slim, especially if proper precautions are taken. But part of me wonders, what if we hadn't been able to scare the bear away? What if it had come back, or there had been more than one? I've done some research on bear encounters since then, trying to understand what happened. Apparently, black bears aren't typically aggressive towards humans unless they feel threatened or are protecting cubs. But they can absolutely be dangerous if they associate humans with food. That's why proper food storage is so crucial in bear country. I'm angry at Jake for being so careless with the chocolate bars, but I know ultimately it was an honest mistake. He felt horrible about putting everyone in danger. I think we all walked away from that trip with a newfound respect for wildlife and the importance of following safety guidelines. Sometimes I still have nightmares about being trapped in that hammock with the bear below me. In the dreams, I can't scream. I just lie there paralyzed as the bear gets closer and closer. I usually wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding. I'm sharing this story as a warning to others. If you're camping in bear country, please be careful with your food and scented items. Don't think it won't happen to you. I never imagined I'd end up in that situation either. One small mistake could have cost me my life that night. I'm grateful that everything turned out okay in the end, but the experience definitely changed me. I have a much deeper appreciation for the power of nature now, and I'll never take wilderness safety for granted again. That night in Pesca National Forest taught me that sometimes the line between a fun adventure and a life-threatening situation can be terrifyingly thin. We'd been planning this trip for months, excited to get away from the city and enjoy some time in nature. Jake and I have been friends since college, and we try to go on at least one big outdoor adventure each year. This time, we decided to challenge ourselves with some winter camping. We arrived at the campsite early in the afternoon. It was cold, but the sky was clear, and we were in high spirits as we set up our tent and got a fire going. As the sun started to set, Jake volunteered to go gather some more firewood so we'd have enough to last through the night. "I'll be back in 15 minutes, tops," he said with a grin as he headed off into the trees. I busied myself with organizing our supplies and didn't think much of it at first when 15 minutes passed and Jake hadn't returned. But as 30 minutes went by, then 45, I started to get worried. The temperature was dropping fast and darkness was falling. I called out Jake's name but got no response. Trying not to panic, I grabbed a flashlight and my heaviest coat and set out to look for him. The trees all looked the same in the dim light, their branches weighed down with snow. I trudged through the deepening drifts, periodically calling out for Jake. Before I knew it, I'd been searching for over an hour with no sign of him. To my horror, I realized I could no longer see our campsite behind me. The gentle snowfall from earlier had turned into a full-on blizzard, obscuring my tracks. My hands and feet were going numb despite my winter gear. That's when the first wave of real fear hit me. I was lost in a snowstorm, in the middle of nowhere, with night falling fast. And my friend was still missing. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands, but of course there was no signal out here. I picked a direction and started walking, hoping to find some landmark or sign of Jake. The wind howled, driving icy particles into my face. Every tree looked the same. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, dark shapes darting between the trunks. But when I'd spin around to look, there was nothing there. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Had I been out here for hours, days? My legs were leaden, each step a monumental effort. I couldn't feel my toes anymore. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew hypothermia was setting in. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw a faint light in the distance. Summoning the last of my strength, I stumbled towards it. As I got closer, I made out the shape of a small cabin, a forest ranger station. I practically fell against the door, pounding with frozen fists. "Help! Please, someone help me!" The door swung open and I collapsed inside. Everything after that is a blur. I remember voices, blankets being wrapped around me, hot liquid being pressed to my lips. I tried to explain about Jake, but I'm not sure if I was making any sense. I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a warm bed. Sunlight was streaming through a window. For a moment I thought maybe it had all been a horrible dream. But then the aches in my body and the unfamiliar surroundings brought it all rushing back. A forest ranger came in to check on me. He explained that I'd been found just in time. My core body temperature had been dangerously low. As I became more alert, I frantically told him about Jake. To my shock and relief, he said they'd found Jake too, alive and mostly unharmed. Apparently, Jake had gotten turned around while gathering wood. When the storm hit, he'd managed to find shelter under a fallen tree and hunker down for the night. A search party had located him early that morning. I was overwhelmed with emotion, relief, lingering fear, disbelief that we'd both survived. When they brought Jake in to see me, we just hugged for a long time, not saying anything. It's been weeks now, but I still have nightmares about being lost in that endless white void. The doctors say I'm lucky not to have any lasting physical effects from the hypothermia, but the mental scars will take longer to heal. Jake and I have talked about it a lot since then. We both feel like we cheated death that night. The forest ranger told us that if I hadn't found the station when I did, or if Jake hadn't found that fallen tree, well, the outcome would have been very different. I can't explain the things I thought I saw out there in the storm. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me as hypothermia set in. But sometimes I wonder if there was something else out there in those woods, something ancient and unknowable that was toying with us. We've sworn off winter camping, that's for sure. But there's a part of me that feels drawn back to those woods, like there's some mystery there left unsolved. For now, though, I'm just grateful to be alive and to have my friend back safe. I know this probably sounds crazy to anyone who wasn't there. Sometimes I can hardly believe it myself. But I swear every word is true. That night in the snowstorm changed me forever. I'll never take my safety or my friendships for granted again. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, don't underestimate the power of nature. And always, always let someone know where you're going before heading into the wilderness. Jake and I were lucky. Not everyone gets a second chance like we did. I still get chills when I see snow falling outside my window. Part of me wants to forget that whole experience, to pretend it never happened. But another part knows I'll carry it with me forever. It's a reminder of how fragile life is and how quickly things can go from normal to life-threatening. Jake and I don't talk about it much anymore. It's like there's this unspoken agreement between us to leave it in the past. But sometimes I'll catch his eye and I know he's thinking about it too. About how close we came to never making it out of those woods. I've tried to move on with my life, to not let that one experience define me. But it's hard. Every time I hear about a hiker going missing or someone getting caught in bad weather, it all comes rushing back. I want to grab them and tell them my story, warn them about how quickly things can go wrong. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't found that ranger station. Would I have kept wandering until I collapsed? Would search parties have found my frozen body come spring? The thought makes me shudder. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings. I don't take risks like I used to. Some might say the experience made me paranoid, but I prefer to think of it as being prepared. Because I know firsthand how quickly a fun adventure can turn into a fight for survival. If there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's to trust your instincts. If something doesn't feel right, don't ignore that feeling. It might just save your life. And always, always respect the power of nature. It's beautiful, but it can also be deadly. I still love the outdoors, but I approach it with a new reverence now. Every time I step into a forest or climb a mountain, I'm acutely aware of my own vulnerability. It's humbling, but also empowering in a way. To anyone reading this who might be planning their own outdoor adventure, be careful out there. Plan ahead, be prepared, and don't overestimate your abilities. Nature is unforgiving, and it doesn't care about your plans or your survival. As for me, I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night. Maybe I never will, but I'm grateful for every day I have, for every breath I take, because I know how close I came to losing it all in that endless white void. Stay safe out there, everyone. And remember, sometimes the real monsters aren't the ones hiding in the dark. Sometimes they're the ones we create in our own minds when we're pushed to our limits. But with preparation, caution, and a little bit of luck, we can face them and come out stronger on the other side. My name is Dustin, and I was 35 years old. a husband, a father of 2 beautiful kids. We lived a quiet life in Montana, surrounded by nature's beauty. I loved taking solo camping trips to recharge and clear my head. This time, I chose a secluded spot near Moose Creek, a place I'd been to many times before. The day started like any other camping day. I woke up early, made some coffee over the campfire, and took in the crisp mountain air. The sun was just peeking over the trees, casting a golden glow across the creek. It was peaceful, serene. I had no idea it would be the last sunrise I'd ever see. As I was setting up my fishing gear, I noticed another camper nearby. He seemed friendly enough, waving as he approached. I didn't think much of it at the time. It's not uncommon to run into other outdoor enthusiasts in these parts. He introduced himself as Darren and asked if he could join me for a bit. Being the sociable guy I am, I invited him over for a beer. We sat by the fire, making small talk about fishing and the weather. Darren seemed a bit odd, his eyes darting around nervously, but I chalked it up to social awkwardness. Maybe he wasn't used to chatting with strangers in the woods. If only I had listened to that nagging feeling in my gut telling me something was off. As we finished our beers, I stood up to grab another from the cooler. That's when everything changed in an instant. I heard a whoosh behind me, and before I could turn around, something hard slammed into the back of my head. The pain was excruciating, and I crumpled to the ground, my vision blurring. Dazed and confused, I tried to get up, but Darren was on me in seconds. The look in his eyes, it was pure madness. Gone was the awkward, friendly guy from moments ago. In his place was a monster, eyes wild with a rage I couldn't understand. He had a piece of firewood in his hands, the same one he'd used to hit me. I tried to scream, to reason with him, but no words came out. Just a gurgling sound as blood filled my mouth. He brought the wood down again and again, each blow sending waves of agony through my body. I don't know how long it went on. Time seemed to stretch and warp. At some point, I heard the clatter of metal, and the assault changed. Sharp, stabbing pains in my chest and abdomen. Through my fading vision, I saw a screwdriver in his hand, now slick with my blood. I thought of my wife, my kids. Would I ever see them again? The pain was unbearable, but the thought of leaving them alone in this world was even worse. I tried to fight back, to crawl away, but my body wouldn't respond. I was helpless, at the mercy of this madman. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I heard the distinct sound of metal cutting through air. An axe. Where did he even get an axe? The first blow nearly severed my arm. I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but no sound came out, just more blood. As the axe came down again and again, I felt myself slipping away. The pain began to fade, replaced by a cold numbness. My last thoughts were of my family, hoping they would somehow be okay without me. And then, darkness. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was no longer in my body. I could see myself, or what was left of me, lying in a pool of blood by the campfire. Darren was gone. The forest was silent, save for the gentle babbling of the creek. It was as if nature itself was in shock at what had transpired. I watched as hours passed. The sun set, rose again. Finally, I saw movement. Search parties. They had come looking for me when I didn't return home. I saw the horror on their faces as they discovered the scene, the anguish in their voices as they called for help. Days blurred together. I saw the investigation unfold, detectives combing the area for clues. I saw my wife collapse when they told her the news, my children crying, not understanding why Daddy wasn't coming home. I wanted to comfort them, to tell them I was still there somehow, but I couldn't. And then, a break in the case. Darren had been caught. He confessed to everything, describing the murder in chilling detail. But why? Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me still. There was no motive, no reason, just senseless, brutal violence. I've been stuck here since that day, unable to move on. I watch my family trying to piece their lives back together, the community rallying around them. But nothing can fill the void left behind. Nothing can make sense of such a senseless act. If I could say one thing to my family, to anyone who might be listening, it would be this: cherish every moment. Hold your loved ones close. You never know when a simple camping trip might turn into your worst nightmare. And to anyone out there in the wilderness, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. I don't know if I'll ever find peace, if I'll ever be able to move on from this place. But I hope that by sharing my story, maybe someone else can avoid my fate. Maybe another family can be spared the pain mine has endured. Because in the end, that's all I have left. The hope that my death wasn't completely in vain. So if you're reading this, remember Dustin Mitchell Yersam. Remember that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places. And above all, remember to live each day like it might be your last. Because for me, that beautiful morning by Moose Creek was exactly that. My last day on earth, ended by a stranger I mistook for a friend.